Okay. Um, we share a few things here. So as we pick up today's story, episode 12, if I'm not mistaken, you have set up a place to rest in this now a luminescent grove that stands, these trees stand all around you, almost now like protection from the darkness. The weapons on the trees also hold, in addition to those, the weapons, the trees hold remnants of plants, fishbone, and other useless trinkets that reveal that this grove existed when the water was at lake level all along. And now above you, the stars of the Nyx roll overhead. And for a moment, all of you get a glimpse of the bovine body of Iroas rearing up um, with spear in hand. His pose is that of victory. His helmet looks down upon all of you for your success. You feel the blessing falling over you, a bit of a chill and then a warmth. The Farikos, the fog that she has set, now hovers at the edge of this grove that surrounds you. So her presence is still there, but this place where you are at, feels sacred. And almost as though killing the Hydra has restored part of the lake bed to its true essence. And you start to notice that though the ground is still wet and murky in certain places, that there are puddles of the water, and the water almost looks purified. And you start to realize that each one of those sections of water still very much is blessed in the way that the sun mirror was when it was a lake. And looking upon the water, you, as you were told before, some of you start to, as you look longer and longer, you start to reveal that the water reveals omens, visions about possibly the past, the present, or even the future. And with that, knowing now that you all can use the water in that way, I'll turn it back over to you all. And we'll see what the party is doing as no more than still, I would say, a little more than an hour. We're probably going on the second hour has passed if you're resting, and you guys are having a conversation. I'll turn it over to you. So that means Calix is still resting.
So Alcides, I'm going to press this question to you, seeing as that you nearly died. What's your opinion of a return to, well, I don't know, by his actions, seems to be completely self-absorbed and willing to lead us into danger at a random whim?
Well, he has not led us too far astray before. There has always been a purpose, and he has a deep connection to the gods. And we must respect that connection. You should not ask people to not be what their nature is, even if you disagree.
He's not a person. He's a dead thing. He no longer has a soul.
Perhaps, but have you seen the way he acts? I have never met any sort of return that acts in such a manner.
Are you willing to leave your life in his hands? We randomly chased him through a swamp, only to find a Hydra. You were nearly eaten.
Ah, such is fate. We never know what it may bring.
Well, we did find what we were looking for in the first place by following this man.
So we're going to leave our fates up to luck and madness?
Well, we don't really have any other general direction. All we really got told was search in this former lake for a magic tree that may or may not exist. So yes, I'm all for leaving it up to the whims of fate. Because at this point, who knows what the gods have in store for us?
Plus, you can increase your fate through sheer training and will, so it's not always random.
You do see the point that I'm trying to make, though.
Yes, sometimes as I've been as I've well-traveled roads, I definitely admit. Sometimes going in and just wandering place to place without a plan isn't exactly the best of scenarios, but I do tend to agree. So far, Calix hasn't exactly. He's shady, yes, but he hasn't done anything that's really hindered us. That's
So,
outright hindered us. He's endangered us, sure, but I wouldn't say outright hindered.
well, collectively, what could we do in order to ensure that in the future this type of behavior is not rewarded, or how do we express our lack of appreciation for the callous nature of selfishness that results in all of our lives being placed in danger? I'm not afraid of danger. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm not afraid of fighting. I am, however, abhorrently opposed to blatant stupidity.
I have a proposition. Um, perhaps, um, perhaps you should be entrusted with the boat. Um, Calix is obviously, um, he wasn't honest with us. I feel you being the most skeptical, maybe somehow you two might build a level of trust by allowing you to hold onto that boat that he's been seeking for.
I may or may not have known Calix for long, but I doubt trust is the one word he's familiar with. That man's lying, there's lying through his teeth the moment we met him. So yes, I do agree the most skeptical member can hopefully gain some insight on such a shady character. And I've met some shady figures, and this man is beyond shady.
My insight would be that his devotion to his god is necessary in order to maintain the deception of anything other than a return, which is undoubtedly the reason why he's hunted. While I can definitely understand why this type of self-preservation would be in his best interests, I don't necessarily think that his best interests are either mine or our best interests as a collective group.
Well, for now at least, it seems his interest and our interest seem to align. If need to, I definitely feel like we can part ways with this man. But for now, at least, it seems our intentions coincide with his. I see no issue with that. As long as he continues to be a benefit to us, I see no reason not to get rid of. I see no reason to get rid of him.
Well, as a devout follower of a god whose main ethos is betrayal, I have to voice reservations about the possibilities in the future.
And you would not be the first for sure. We're all a little skeptical of Calix sometimes, but he has been on our side most of the time. He's made a few mistakes, but I feel like we've all made some. Maybe just keeping him at arm's reach.
I feel like someone should always keep an eye on him. He seems to have a habit of blending in, or to say trickery. He seems a very big fan of altering his form. So if anything, I feel like we need to have a constant eye on him just to keep track of what he appears as. Is if this is what he truly looks like. I definitely feel like we need to sort of have someone constantly keep an eye on him to really make sure he doesn't slip past us. Someone to really watch it.
I'm too old to babysit. I have no desire to do so. It's not something I have any interest in whatsoever. I would prefer that if we are to find ourselves in an extended series of perilous quests, I can trust those that I'm adventuring with. This is all I'm saying. All I wanted to do was say my piece.
And
I
as
will,
both
of course,
continue.
be
Sorry.
keeping an eye on him. I have no choice but to do so. However, I simply wish to release my reservations and
And there's
No,
both a DM kind of meta here a little bit, and then maybe as well as in game that voice in the back of your mind as you voice these concerns over Calix and his deceptive ways. Possibly you think now that you know his truth, will that change who he is? Also, does this put you in a better position now that you know exactly what he is to set your own terms with him? I also asked the party if your concerns are with Calix and where he, with his devotion to his god, wants to lead the party. What is it that you all want, and where it and does your goal does it dramatically differ from his? If so, that would be a point to state your piece and state. And then also, is he worth waking up at any point? 'Cause
I mean, so I'm assuming this is counting as a short rest or a long rest.
right now you're probably going for a long rest. You're in the middle of a right now. You're in the middle of a long rest, but you're only at short rest time.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Well,
So if anybody wants to use short rest right now, it's short rest. If we are you guys going for a long rest, or do you guys just plan a short rest and get out of here?
I'd say
I
we
would
can
say
go for a long rest, just to make sure everyone's fully healed before we
Okay,
set
so we're
out
going
again.
for long rest. So we're like I said, we're about that 2 hours in. You guys have been having this conversation. Set up a little bit of camp here. Osirian has walked over and been studying the dead Hydra, so he better understands this creature in the future, where it
that's
comes
probably
from.
fair.
I'm sure Jack has taken some portion of the creature to cook.
Yeah, I was about to say, can I roll a survival check? See what
whether
I can
that's-
scavenge off this thing to cook with?
You can not, you can pull. It's not going to be difficult as much as it's, it's snake meat. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm sure you're able to season it up a bit. And
Jack's just currently sitting back and cooking his stuff. Well, whatever the case, dinner's almost ready soon.
So
So
I'll turn from the Hydra and Doth. My recommendation is to pair up Alcides with Felix. Regardless of form, it is truly about the behavior and the aspects and the risk to the party. So Alcides is not adverse to the risk, so he should be paired with him.
I have no objections. That's Alcides' choice, in my opinion.
That is fine. My job is to keep you all safe and investigate the matters for the city of Agros within the interruptions to the security of the border that we have been witnessing thus far, and the interactions of the gods being more active. And with his closer connection to said gods, it will be easier to investigate.
And which god is he associated with?
Phoenix.
Ah,
He is a god of deception and the first of the returned.
can we find out some more stuff about Phoenix? Like there was something supposed to doom the world or something like that?
Correct, but we're not openly sharing that information.
Got it.
yeah,
That's more of a, we should probably keep this amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
So it's not lying, it's just not providing that additional information.
Alright. So I'm gonna roll
It's
my
lying by
survival
omission.
check. And so I'm just
Nope.
gonna roll survival, see what I make, see if the food I make just gets any benefits. Is that alright?
that's all right. Go ahead.
Alrighty. 18.
Alcides.
Okay. You don't actually have any this is just you don't have like good berry or any like particular ability for making your food better, right?
No, he's
No.
just got cooking
Yeah.
utensils.
Yeah.
Got proficiency with cooking utensils.
Okay. So it just means the meal doesn't taste bad. And if you don't have an inspiration point, you can take one now.
Alright, sweet. Yeah, I used up my inspiration last session, so yeah. Alrighty.
Laying there sleeping, or resting, can I get a wisdom check or insight check from Calix?
Insight. Or
Oh, does he lie there like a dead person?
Yeah, he's just out. No one's giving him any. He is.
Yeah, he's just unconscious.
You guys have
Just
not.
like-
He can't come back unless he goes through a full 8 hours. He's down. So far,
13.
And no one's doing anything for him.
no
so
one has done anything for him.
Jack's gonna walk over. Well, someone's gotta wake
Well-
him for dinner.
Jack Atlas actually stabilized me because I was
Yeah.
9.
Right.
13 for the insight check.
Nice. Okay. As Osirian comes whirring and clicking back over to the group, you notice that it's not overly apparent, but anyone who looks at him for a little bit notices that for a moment, under the light of these fluorescent trees, his shadows kind of flicker like the Nyx, similar to the Nyxborn Hydra. Where the shadows would be, there are stars, but only momentarily here and there, not as evident, not as apparent as it was on the creature. For you, Calyx, as you rest, you just have deep, dark dreams of a temple at the edge of the world and the waterfall like rushing over, falling into nowhere. You can hear the voice of Phoenix rolling, soothing. My follower, bring the masks to me. For when I have them, THEROS can move into a new beginning. And you see a vision of a very drab, dark city, a polis of sorts, but almost black and white, almost just gray, monochrome, with a bog all around it. And you hear the voice roll, Asphodel, go to Asphodel. The path will be open to you. And there are the docks. The Asphodel docks is where you need to take the boat if you are to continue Phoenix's journey. And you continue to dream and the kind of roll in and out. We move on to anyone else who's doing anything else.
So I guess Jack's just gonna go, well, food's done and someone needs to wake up Calyx. I feel like we can discuss it more of him awake.
So it appears that over the next 30 minutes or so, Doth seems to be finicking with and messing with, has gone over and pulled the mask. It's taken him a moment, but finally is able to pry it off of Calyx's face, and is tinkering with it in a corner. It takes...
I have no intention of hurting him, but I am going to institute an insurance policy. Just in case. He won't be harmed.
It's Calyx's mask.
Oh, but is there a face under it?
Yeah, oh, so under it, what you see is an ashen gray humanoid face, but with no nose, a slit, an opening for a mouth, and these two hollow pits for eyes.
Interesting. Okay.
It's almost like all his features from his past life are gone, and there's a bit of smoke that kind of oozes out. Unless there's some more that Jack, you can come in and let me know if it looks any different from the way maybe you see it.
That's about right. It's
Yeah.
nothing. You
Yeah.
can't discern who it is, who it was beforehand. It's all of his personality is very much in that mask and in the things he wears.
Yeah, Siren will walk over and study and observe, and then when ready, we'll go into sentry mode, so you can rest.
When Doth is done, he brings what does he bring back in terms of?
It's the same mask, but the features have been slightly altered. Where before there were ram's horns, now there are ears. And the face of the mask has sort of been shaped so that the elongated portion of it resembles that of a donkey somewhat, giving it here. Pictures worth 1,000 words. So. I have to look for it for a second. So
Are you sharing it? Oh. Maybe I need to make multiple sharing. I should bring sharing. There you go. Now you should be able to share it. Or either that or put it behind you on your background. Either one of those would work.
I think I'll do that.
Yeah. You should be able to share now. I think before I didn't have multiple people sharing on. That's probably why you weren't seeing it. Kind of hard to.
Yeah.
Michelle's part of it.
Okay.
But it's basically a metal donkey face.
I'll return to normal. And when. But until then, this can be used in order to identify him, as well as locate objects should it become necessary. So, he's in no way, shape, or form harmed, however, other than. And as he has the ability to disguise himself as he regularly does, it shouldn't impact any of his social skills whatsoever.
Well, if no one has any objections, I'm going to try and wake up Calyx.
And what do you have to do that?
Punch him.
No, it's not going to work.
Oh.
If someone said they had either lay on hands, either got healing points, or you got a spell. Either that.
I mean, I've technically got a spell.
He's got the only thing that works with undead.
Okay.
The only thing that heals undead is hand of healing. That's the only thing.
Got it. That's why you said punch it. You were giving it flavor, but I thought you were just saying.
I'm just like, what do you? I'm not the only way I can heal people is punch them.
Yeah, I was just like, no, you can't just unarmed strike him, wake him up. Like that's not gonna work.
The lay on hands is what put him in this situation in the first place.
Yeah, not the lay on hands won't work either. So, in addition to this, actually, go ahead, Jack.
Alrighty, so I'm going to use a key point and punch him back to life. Just straight up slug him. Alright.
Where does that put?
Where
does that put you, Calyx? 4.
That's a 4. I rolled horribly.
You're jolted from the stream, all of it coming rushing like black smoke back to you. As you snap awake, in this short amount of time, also you've all found, in addition to all of the, I don't know if you guys have done any collecting of the weapons, but they're still hanging on the trees. You have found certain weapons that seem to glow. Until they're plucked, they're still hanging there, but one of them, a short sword that seems to glow with fluorescent blue or purplish magic, a hand axe, a dagger, and a spear. These all stand out to you, each of them on a different tree hanging around you.
Osiren has the ability to detect and identify just innately, right?
Where are you? The features was at will, impact of the tune.
You can cast detect magic at will, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have Eldritch Sight, so yeah, I can do.
It's still a ritual 10 minutes, so which is fine.
Yeah,
it's like my disguise self.
Yeah,
and I can ritual identify stuff.
So yeah, you realize that Osirian, as you walk around these weapons, every weapon on that tree is imbued with a bit of magic from the gods, as it literally was born or born from a tree. But only 4 of them carry that power to a point where it would manifest in whoever's wields its hand. So in all meta versions of the game, that short sword, that hand axe, they're all +1 weapons. That's it.
I believe it
But there's
sure
only
should
4
look
of them.
very appealing.
So all 4 weapons are +1s?
All 4 weapons are +1 weapons that can be distributed as you see fit.
Jack needs one for sure. Do they have any gauntlets?
I mean,
no
I can do
gauntlets.
well with short swords. I mean, that's one of the weapons I'm good with.
Well, you can use any simple
Yeah.
weapon as a finesse weapon.
Hmm.
So like spears, hand axes,
Really?
as a monk.
Ooh. I don't know. Might go full on Lancer from Fate Stay Night then.
Can also get a
Get the
disadvantage perception check from everyone.
Including Calix, or at this point, is he awake yet? Or
It's yes, Calix is awake. Should be.
okay.
Yeah,
Just-
Jack's just like, wake up, dinner's ready. Disadvantage 8.
13?
Wait, disadvantage?
Yeah, he said
Disadvantage.
disadvantage.
Alright, let me roll my second one. Okay. That'll be a 17 total.
Okay.
Malcolm, can you roll for me? I'm having problems with D&D Beyond.
Having an issue? Yeah. Happy to. What's your modifier? I just rolled a d20 and you got a 11. Oh, we had disadvantage, so then. An 11.
Okay.
Um,
Is it a perception or?
Perception.
Yeah, I think it's +3 or 4.
Okay. So the highest I think I heard there was like 17 or 18, something like that. Okay. So Calix, any words as you come back to, or
So he's gonna look around, and nobody's really paying attention to him too much. Just kind of look down and see his ashy gray skin, then immediately disguise self. Just in panicking, just flickering through a handful of disguises.
Drop the spell. The gig's up. We already know what you are.
What? And so he looks around, everyone's kind of normal. Then he's gonna check on his boat. Does he still have the boat?
and unless somebody took it off of you, I imagine
I
you still do.
I thought we took the boat off him.
Who has it?
Aren't we discussing someone should
Then-
take the boat off him?
You just
no one-
said sounds like you discussed it, but didn't kind
Really?
of.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have the boat.
Still has the boat.
So holding the boat, he's gonna drop the disguise self and just kind of feel his mask, just feeling that something's off. Then he's gonna cast disguise self to look like he did before with the ram's horn. The ram's horn's going back, not the donkey face. He's very vain by it.
Quite finicky of appearances, aren't we?
There's meaning.
Alright,
There's
whatever
me.
you say. Jack just kind of shrugs.
So-
Well, whatever.
How are you here?
Huh?
Because I heard that you are a returned, and how did you return? I don't understand the return.
So I died. I don't know how. I don't know when. And Phoenix spoke to me. And he guided me across the river, hiding me from THEROS, and got me back here. He gave me this sword, and he summons the sword in his hand. And he told me He's been telling me what to do ever since. That's how I got here.
Interesting.
Sounds like a hell of a way to live a life. Always doing something someone else tells you, but never had
It's
any
easy, you don't
ambitions
have
of
to
your
think.
own.
You don't have to
Yes,
think, it's pretty easy.
I guess, but don't you have any ambitions of your own, any wants of your own? I mean, what? This is your second chance back.
I don't
Guess
remember my first.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All I know is Phoenix, and he's been great to me.
Well, then again, can you really argue if he's so great or not when the only thing you've experienced is him?
So, have you had many trying encounters?
What do you mean trying?
Like challenges and obstacles, and like this time you died or almost died. Have there been times where you have been extremely challenged as such?
Well, of course. You
So
don't.
it seems following those directions logically means you are being put into peril all the time.
But is my life actually mine? Or is it just Phoenix's and he's given me this opportunity to prove something of myself? To prove myself great. He's giving me a second opportunity and he's showing me exactly how to do it. Alcides over here, he fell down too, even before me. And he's proving himself a hero. Isn't that what we all want?
Not necessarily. Some of us are in it for money, fame, glory. It's not
I have 5 gold to my name. If you want it, you can take it. All that matters is that, and he's pointing with his sword, that I'm in those stars by the end of it.
So you want to be remembered, but as a hero, yes?
Sure.
Interesting. Well, best of luck with that. Not too sure how one would go about such a deal, but how exactly would you want them to remember you as? Calyx worshipper Phoenix returned, or Calyx hero to all? Whatever the balls you decide to disguise yourself as, hero to all. The people
Doesn't
found
matter. Does it? As long as you're remembered.
I guess, but if the people find out what you are, I doubt your name will go down. I doubt your name will be one spread positively throughout the stars.
It's not even my name.
It will be the name most people recognize you as.
Suddenly, as you are having this conversation, you hear these wolves, you start to hear the growling in from the shadows outside of the range of your camp, the hissing of snakes. And very quickly, as you all are able to kind of tune into it, you almost see little eyes dancing in the darkness. And you realize whatever is there has gotten a drop on you. But something is definitely out there. Your muscles tense. You go from, those fight or flight thoughts go through, but I imagine fight kicks in as you roll initiative.
Do I get my spell slot back?
No, you don't. This is this. No, you don't.
Ooh, I will take. Giveth.
So Jack, Atlas, what did you get?
I got a 19. Real proud of that one.
Nice. Calyx, let's see here. 8.
14.
14. Atreus.
Too busy trying to get that spear off the tree. It's like, ooh, shiny spear.
I was waiting for you guys to pull that stuff down.
I was about to say, quick, grab the stuff off the tree and let's get moving.
I mean,
11. I got an 11.
11. Okay. Wait.
I got a.
Atreus. Let me go in order. My order
Roll
is
towards-
Atreus. What did Atreus get?
11.
11. Okay, and then Rakira, because not playing today, and then Osirian. 8?
Yeah.
Okay. Alcides.
I think he's got 10.
Alcides got 10. And then Doth.
11.
11. All right. So as immediately as almost in slow motion as you begin to tense, you can hear that shifting of the creatures that trying to pinpoint, even with your dark vision, like where they're at, whatever this creature is, whatever. You all start to slowly be able to like make out the general direction of them, but they are wherever they are, whatever they are, they're invisible. And then it quickly starts to running through your mind that the hags are still out there. And because of the surprise round, that is when the first lightning strike.
We only knew there was one hag. You told us later on that.
Oh yeah,
there
well
was a
now, yeah, you
coven.
only know there's one, but now there, yeah, you,
Yeah, we know there's one hag
you're
and two
about to know that
snakes.
there's 3. So as
there's 3.
I would like Alcides to give me a dex saving throw.
Problem? 16 plus 2, so 18.
Pretty
All
good.
right. It's pretty good. So you will so as a just flash of and actually what it is going to be, it's actually going to be Alcides, and thankfully I chose you. There's no one next to you within that 5 foot, so it'll just be you. And you did pass, so it's only 12 damage on that strike. Well, the next strike will be Osiris. Another one will another lightning bolt. The lightning flies out. This one, where Osiris is sitting right next to Jack.
Oh goody.
You will both give me a save.
Come on, +5. Do work for me. Yes, 17.
Dexterity save?
Dexterity save.
16?
Who
Does it
angered
make it?
Theranos?
16 does save. You guys are
All right.
rolling well, so you will only take half of the strike.
God, if I was a high level monk, I'd take no damage from that. I don't have that trait yet.
So both of you did. You both pass. What did you get at Jack? Okay. You'll take only 15 points of lightning damage.
15. Jesus.
Osiris short circuits and drops.
Oh,
No.
That's like half my health.
Because he took damage before, yeah.
yeah. So as he, like you see him, like the electricity rolling over him, he falls down. You start to hear these whispers, and you can tell like the shifting like shadows. These creatures standing in different places there in the shadows.
God, we gotta close the gap fast on these guys, else they'll just take us out with lightning.
Lost one of my. There she. And Doth, for the third, well, this will not be a lightning strike, will need to give me a, I want to say a wisdom save, but let me check here really quickly. Yes, a wisdom saving throw. You start hearing as they chant. I'll bring up the lighting here so you guys can see the board a little bit better.
I got an 8. I don't know if that made it onto your thing.
That does fail. So you see the big brooding Doth as this is all happening with the skull helmet, and suddenly you see him like his body's deforming and changing as his armor starts to kind of morph down, and then suddenly he's a little frog with his little ram horn helmet on. He's been polymorphed.
Throg, is that you?
So that was the whole first round. That was the Hag's surprise round. So they are invisible, but basically invisibility with that, it just gives you disadvantage on striking them. So round
let's light up the force, but that's a really bad idea.
Starting at the top of round 2, actually, I think that there's it's a 19 matching with Jack Atlas, which the creature has a +1 dex. What's your dex, Jack?
My dex, it's pretty high. That's a +2.
So you should go first, and then her. So then you should be first on the deck.
Yeah,
you both
just
rolled the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, Jack yells ambush, and he remembers the tree with the funky weapons.
And to give you some feedback on the table, this is you, Jack.
Yeah.
This is Osiren. This is Atreus. Doth is a little frog on that spot, which I'm gonna mark.
Unless someone's got de-spell, I don't think we can do anything about him being a frog.
And then we've got Jameson, and then Calix has just got back. Calix is right here, just being back on his feet. And then Witch, there's 3 of them out in the forest.
Well, if that's the case, Jack is gonna first off.
Did I manage to get the spear?
Attacks. So yeah, now Jack's gonna basically try and get the magic weapons and distribute them to whoever wants them. He's gonna take the short sword for himself. He's like, everyone ambush, quick, battle stations.
And with your fast moving around to try to collect them, with you being a monk, I can kind of see it cinematically as you collect them. Technically, you can only interact with one object, in a turn of D&D in 6 seconds. So to grab all, remember I said they're all on different, trees. So for you to grab them all, though, but that said, I'm going to allow you to try. So I'm saying you naturally get to the first, like you move 10 feet, you get to one,
sword.
And then you're going to have to move. So there'll be 1, 2, you can go to like.
He's got a movement speed of 40.
Yeah. So that moves you around, running, jumping off the different trees. I need a acrobatics check and a sleight of hand check.
Ooh, I could do acrobatics. Nat 20 on the acrobatics. Do you still need sleight of hand?
I'll make that count for. So with the nat 20, the nat 20 gets you 2, so you've got 3 of the weapons.
All right. He remembers friggin' Alcides uses a spear, so he's gonna chuck the spear to Alcides, say, "Take it."
But it also give me one more. What I was trying to say is you give me one more check to see if you get the 4th. This will be a sleight. This is the sleight of hand check for the last weapon.
All right, using inspiration. I want this stuff to work. Give me that 19. That's a 21.
All right. So you do like 10, 20, 30, like about 40, like it takes you about 40 feet to get like there and start coming back. You can't really dash because you've used your action to collect.
Yeah.
So you're
he's got Misty Step. I could use that.
The bonus action?
Then
you can, yes.
Use that as a bonus action.
That'll carry you 30 feet right back to where the party is.
Oh yeah, that's a bonus action. So he's gonna use his Misty Step.
So, like running, literally leaping off very dramatically, collecting, grabbing. The witch is trying to get a pinpoint on Jack. He leaps off of one of the trees, grabs the last one, and then vanishes and appears 30 feet. Boom, back over here. He has all 4 weapons in his hand. You just have to come up and take them out.
Yeah, he's gonna wield the short sword for now, and he's basically like, quick, grab what you want.
All right, as this is coming,
so what, I've now got a +1 short sword?
You have a +1 short sword.
For now, I'll just say the +1 short sword. I'm gonna plan to distribute everyone else's.
So one of the witches like flicks out her hand and mutters something devilish with the 60 feet looking down on the one in the middle looking at Jack there. And I'd like a wisdom saving throw from you.
Oh, wisdom, lovely. Let me get up my character. Hold on, I just gotta click to go add the short sword. Alrighty, that's a wisdom save. Use my inspiration. Oh, goody. +3 coming clutch. Come on. Yes, 19.
So you, as you're running with the weapons, you feel your muscles locking up as she's like trying to hold person as you break it, and you are not locked there in place. We then move to Calyx, the deceiver.
Alex, barely alive. Not much he can really do. I'm kind of panicking. He's just going to drop down and pray.
Oh, shit.
And beg Phoenix for his help to be able to get this boat. He needs his help against Farika.
And I have a religion check.
But he's in frog form.
Nat 20 with to total 23.
So he just drops down. He's mumbling under his breath. Anything that you share, what he's saying or what he's asking?
Just begging for his help to trying to phase it in a way that sounds like he's tricking Farika. They stealing the boat from Farika.
I'll also allow him to, with the praying, if he wants to, and inadvertently hold a reaction, or an action like, if this happens, I'll do that. I'll allow that as well, since he's just praying with his turn.
Yeah, if anyone steps within 5 feet, of me, just hitting him with a sword swipe.
Okay. Atreus is up.
Atreus is going to cast a wall of water around the group.
What's that wall?
And like a circular. It's let's see, it's about 10 feet high and a foot thick. Kind of just to protect the group, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
And then I think I'm gonna move since the water is like around us, I want to move like into the center of the circle, where it would be.
Okay.
And then I'll end my turn there.
Okay. So imagine the water provides some it provides a visual cover. So upping for anything that's range based, it would, unless the creature doesn't require sight for its spell casting or something like that, then it doesn't count. But for range based spells and things like that, it would give you the plus. You guys all within the water around you get that +4, like 3/4 cover from the water rising up to your AC. Atreus kind of drops back in a protective stance, and then shield of faith, right? And then that ends your turn.
Yeah.
We then move to Alcides. Sorry, Doth.
All right, I'm going to telepathically command my familiar to come pick me up, fly me up into the air over the top of the witch to screen left. Yeah, whatever its movement is. I think it's got 60 or something like that.
Yeah, you're good.
When I'm high and above her, go ahead and give me a squeeze to do 1 point of damage or whatever a frog's hit points are. Turn me back into my normal self, fall from the sky, and try and hit her.
All right. How are you turning back to your normal self?
Oh, have the talons squeeze me.
Oh, gotcha. So then,
you pick the one person that you couldn't polymorph.
Oh, it does the I know that he can easily by doing the damage to him. Let me see the frog. All right, so then, how high are you dropping down from? Or is it dropping? Or is it just dropping you right behind the? Is that what you're?
I'd like to fall from the sky, trying to charge from the air, I guess.
Okay. Here's what I'll do: is you gotta give me an acrobatics check. If you pass it, you land like superhero style, and you get advantage. If you fail, you kind of flub it, and you get disadvantage on the attack because she is still invisible and hasn't taken any damage, and you also take the falling damage.
Sounds good. I got a 5.
Oh shoot! So we'll be disadvantaged, but as you're falling there, imagine dropping you. Oh, I'm gonna be only say it's like 15 feet. probably was a little higher dramatically style, but as you land near the creature, she's able to like wispily move out of the way. 10 bludgeoning damage as you're swinging at the air, and you can kind of barely see where she's at, just kind of blending in like this opaque spirit that you know has a physical form. If only you could strike it. You can still make your attack, of course, but she's at disadvantage.
Okay.
So you are right there, fighting that. What'd you get? Did Rick freeze?
I think he froze.
Oh damn! I was like, he's really
Rick's frozen.
still. Rick's frozen. What I'll do is to keep things moving. Rick is in slow motion striking the hag. Doth is striking the hag with that maul. As soon as he unfreezes or comes back in the game, I'll get that from him. But we'll move to Calyx. Oh no, sorry, I know I said Calyx. We'll move to Alcides.
Cool. I will cast protection from good and evil
Okay.
upon. For Calyx's hold action, is that just anyone that gets near him? He's gonna sword swipe.
No. It's specifically a one of the witches of the creatures. Yeah.
Okay, because he just said.
I did say anyone because I was head down praying, so I wouldn't be able to see.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I just naturally assumed, you wouldn't actually do that, but that makes sense.
I think I would waste my reaction to attempt to attack him, but kind of stop.
And then stop.
If-
So that all that
someone-
means is that you would use the action, but not actually strike.
Yeah.
That's all would happen. Yeah.
Cool. Then I'll cast protection from evil and good on you.
Okay.
So anything that's trying to attack you has, as long as it's a. Where's that list?
We did lose Rick, but I'm waiting for him hopefully to log back in.
Apparitions, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead have disadvantage.
Thank you.
Say that again.
Fae,
Protection of evil.
Oh,
Protection from evil.
Have disadvantage on you, specifically on you, right? Okay.
Or on Calyx.
On
'cause
Calyx.
I cast it on him.
Cast it on Calyx. Okay, so Calyx is protected from the.
And then just can't really do much else. So I'll pick up the spear.
Right. As this is happening, he grabs spear. He's got that in hand as we move to the siren.
Constitution save, right?
Oh yeah, you're making death saves, huh?
Come up.
A 5 does not work, right?
That is a fail.
What do I need to pass?
10 or more.
Okay.
10 or more.
If you're able to hold on till next round, I can pick you up.
No worries.
So then we would move to, with Rakira fighting away. I'll use it next. Actually, it would be the last. No. I'll let it stand. We'll use. So what I can say is what I typically do is if you think about using Rakira, you can describe him in some dramatic way doing something so that you gain advantage, like in some way that he's helping you, and that's where you gain advantage on something that you're doing in the fight. 2, I have accounted for him not being here, so for the overall encounter. So if that helps for like the damage he would like help probably be here to do. So Rick should be back in. If he comes in quickly, then I'll allow him to get that swing off before we go to the creature.
So for advantage rise, I would say because I got dumb human eyes and he's got good cat eyes.
Got it.
He can kind of point and sniff out where they are. Because even if they are invisible, he's got a good nose.
Sure.
Or someone else can use that when their turn happens before mine.
You start to hear this like cackling in different areas of the bushes. Rick, you're back now. So we lost you there when you were making your strike. Do you want to go ahead and roll for that?
D&D Beyond crashed my computer.
Yeah. What did you do?
Did I hit?
I don't. We didn't hear what you rolled. What'd you get?
I don't know. I'll have to look in the.
Oh shoot! Let's see. If not, then roll again. If you don't have it, then roll again.
Disadvantage 17.
That hits. So I'll have to roll test for concentration. So she like materializes in front of you as you strike her. So you can see her as clear as day, directly in front of you. This kind of dry, wrinkled creature, woman, green, pale skin. She kind of hisses. You notice that she's wearing like a black ribbon across her eyes, almost as though she's blind. You do strike, so give me the damage.
It's 10 damage, and because I hit her, I would like to use a bonus action to goring rush her and basically push her at least 20 feet, which is hopefully off of that precipice back where she can't see the rest of the party.
Okay, is that a strength save, or is she needs, or is it
just make one? Let's see, hammering horn. Sorry, after you hit a creature with a melee attack as part of the attack action on your turn, you can use a bonus action to attempt to shove the target with your horn. So, strength saving throw DC 15 or push 10 feet away.
All right. She does fail. So she'll be pushed 20 feet because it is an embankment. So she gets thrown back. So 10. She tries to grab one of the horns. You catch her like in the ribs. You fling her off the edge of that in like an embankment. She screams out, and you see her, wrinkled form kind of crumble down. Any other person of that size and stature shouldn't even get back up. But you see her like slowly like rising to her feet. She does take 20 feet. The fall damage, I'll give her 2d10 in addition to the movement. Not 2d10, 2d6 for there's like 10 foot down on the embankment. So she will take an extra 5.
Does that break her concentration?
She lost concentration when you first hit her. Yeah, so that's why you can see her, because her visible shield went away. Okay, so Doth, as you're hitting back, you hear all the cackling, "No, sister!" as one of them innately casts at Doth. You hear her like cursing you in an unknown tongue with a vicious mockery. So what's that? It's going to be
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save, yeah, for Doth.
Wisdom 13.
Oh, is that 19 you just rolled? Yep.
And
so nice. You're so block that, and so you're able to literally drone, shut her that evil speaking out of your mind. She then tried to move a bit, and then the second creature or hag will so this last one on the looking down on Atreus, Ray of Sickness, which I think is a ranged attack. Yep, so it's fine.
So he's got +4 to his AC due to the water?
Yes, he does.
The save, though, I'm pretty sure.
It looks like it's a range attack. It's well, if I'm not mistaken, Ray of Sickness is an energy towards make a range attack. Yeah, it's on a hit. On the hit, you must make a Constitution saving throw. So I hit a 15, Atreus. Does that hit you? I don't think it
no.
does. No.
No.
Yep. So you're protected from the poison as it flies out. It smashes into the wall of water and doesn't get through. She's starting to panic because they can probably see that Doth is moving in behind their perimeter. That moves us to the third round, where Jack Atlas is up.
Alrighty. So we've got a pinpoint on one of the creatures. Yeah, the witch. Well, we don't know the witches. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she's way back over there though, like out of sight where Doth is, like pushed
Alright.
her back.
Well, that was one of the. Okay. So if that's the case, do we know the location of any of the other creatures, or do we just know they're around us?
As Calyx is praying, you start to see this like wispy black kind of energy like smoking off of his body, and it starts to go out into the forest and almost kind of like fairy fire, but not that spell. It starts to illuminate and rolls around and reveals the other reveals all of them, but the other one's too far away, so it reveals the witch here and the witch there so that they can be identified and seen.
All right, Jack sees the witch in front of him and charges her.
Right.
And he is gonna take a mighty old swing with his brand new short sword.
It's 44. That will 10.
That work? He's got 40 feet of
20,
movement.
30, this will be about 30, 40. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So he's gonna take a mighty old swing with his brand new short sword.
So this sword that grew on this tree of Iroh is striking.
24! That is 9 piercing.
That is going to hit. The damage.
Yeah, 9 piercing.
Nice.
Max damage.
Wham! You cut her. She's like, ah! And she, a bunch of blood splashes out of her
contact
chest.
with her. Stunning strike time!
All right.
They gotta make it a con save of 14.
Fail.
Sweet. They're stunned.
Well, that one is stunned. Yep. So as you strike her, you see her just kind of like shuddering and just stuck in place.
And Jack's gonna follow it up. Do I get advantage since she's now stunned?
Yes.
Sweet. 18.
It hits.
Damage. That is 6.
Takes it.
Yeah, and then he's going to follow up with Fury of Blows. So.
Well, you did your first move.
Yeah, well, I've got 2 attacks.
Oh, got it.
Bonus attack.
Got it.
So he's going to use Fury of Blows now, since he can follow that up. Let's see. Yeah, they can use Fury of Blows to follow up. So 1 attack, and she is stunned. So advantage. 17 to hit.
Hits.
That's 3. And then 1 last Fury of Blows. Roll. Oh, nat 20. 25.
Jeez. I'm actually watching these D&D Beyond rolls. This is crazy.
Yeah. 4 damage, and now on top of that, should I? They're still humanoid, yeah. So
Yes.
if I hit him with necrotic damage, it wouldn't heal them.
Most likely not.
No,
Okay, yeah. Since he's now pegged her. Yeah, no, he's hit him with an unarmed strike. He's pegged her. So Hand of Harm.
How much damage?
5 necrotic.
So in a flurry, literally the flurry of very stylistic blows, like slashing, dropping behind his back, catching the blade, driving into her stomach. This creature has, if she was any normal human woman, should have died immediately. She coughs up, this like black blood as she staggers back and pushes off. Still stunned, of course, with her claw, but she's looking dramatically weakened. In this moment, as Jack is definitely and kind of looking, sister, kind of calling out. If that ends, which it should,
Yeah,
his turn.
I'm done.
The creature, the one in the middle towards the back, seeing that her sister's in trouble, will go ahead and spend that last spell slot as she whips up more lightning magic. Dex
Try her
save.
sister?
She's putting it here. It's like right around.
Got it. Alrighty. So what is it? Dex save?
Dex save.
Alrighty. Normal. Oh wow. 21.
All right. All right. So you only take half. So 16 lightning damage.
I might have to
Rolls
disengage.
into-
Might have to disengage. Jack's not looking too good. He's at 2 hit points. Those lightning strikes really did a number on him.
That's lightning for you.
Yeah.
So there's
Jack's just yelling, "This one's stunned. I might have to back up for a bit."
she's like staggered as you're both like taking a lot of damage there. Camera pans down to where Calyx is. He's still praying, like, he can see some elements of Phoenix listening, but there's nothing. The world's not shaking. Phoenix's form is not there, but he does feel his presence. Calyx, what do you want to do?
He's going to. How far is Jack Atlas from me?
About 30 feet.
About 30 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to cast Minor Illusion
Yep.
right there. Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to cast Minor Illusion right where Jack is, screaming in the sister's voice, "Help, stop, it's illusion, don't attack."
So he's doing minor illusion to the
To where Jack Atlas is.
Got it. Is he
For
trying to
you,
make
that's
it seem like
illusion.
that this one is telling her sister not to attack?
Yes, not to attack. Stop, it's an illusion.
Okay. Got it. And then so what's your that's not a saving, huh? It's just a minor illusion. It's
just a minor illusion.
Okay.
It might be.
Give me advantage because the illusion, I imagine there being witches. Give me an advantage persuasion from your 20, like your nat 20 that you did with your god, and I will still give her advantage.
22.
Okay. And so for all intents and purposes, the illusion that you're putting on looks like it's being quite effective as you're putting that effective over the witch that's hurting, calling out. There's a bit of confusion. You can't tell if the other witch behind is seeing this and deciding to call it off, but it seems to be working in that moment. Is there anything else you want to do movement wise or bonus action?
There's not much, but just keep praying. That's about it. But Phoenix is doing enough. I'm just looking like I'm not doing anything.
Nice. As he's doing that, we move to Atreus.
Atreus is going to run over to Oxirian and kind of grab him like under his underarms, kind of from behind him, and drag him backwards towards the middle. And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds.
All right.
It's going to be for 11 health.
Okay. Was that the last spell slot you have for that one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that was the last one. Oh no, yeah, I still have one more.
You still have one more. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just I get cast it on him and say, "To your feet, brother," and that'll end my turn.
Good stuff. So you hear the whirs and the clear gears start clicking again. The reserve blood starts to pump through the vials and the areas inside of Assyrian, and he, from short circuiting, wakes back up, his eyes focusing in on the fight at hand. If Atreus is done, we move to Doth, who is fighting back there in the woods a bit with the witch.
Let's see. Can I charge her from where I am, or?
You can. You would have to. Yeah, you just be like, you can charge down and towards her. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll, charge and attack.
All right. You still doing that? Is that the goring rush that you're doing again, or is it regular attack and then
No, just regular attack.
regular attack? Got it. Okay.
You have to make contact for that goring attack to work.
I think so. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. That first attack actually misses.
Sorry, I rolled damage, not the attack.
Oh, okay. Damage. Yeah.
I still missed anyway.
Okay. So, boom! The glaive, she kind of steps aside. The glaive slams into the ground. And is there anything else you got? Or if not, we kind of moving through the woods and the trees back to where Alcides is. He's cast that protection of good and evil. He's put it on Calix there. Now it's on him to see what he does here next.
Let's see here. I mean, my plan was to attack the one that was further back. That one seems to have retreated further. Then also, I would have moved forward to pick up that spear on my turn.
Yeah, you got the spear.
So I'm gonna try to get on top of not the one where Jack is, but the other one further back.
Further back, so rushing 5, 2, 30. Your movement is 30. It would be dashing. So
yeah, just to position myself on top of the other one, just so I can see what's going on behind.
So she's moved way far back. So you're like searching for her. You can you're picking up on her trail, but she's still about 30 feet out from you, through difficult terrain, through the rock. So I just made you dash all the way over there. You see where I got you, and she's like over the hill there.
Yep. And so that's all I can do for that.
All right, Siren, you've just been put back on your feet.
Okay, so when I look up there, I see that Jack is looking pretty toasty.
That's what it looks like, right, Jack? Atlas?
So
yeah, he's at 2. He really can't take another hit.
So I will get up and go to Jack, and then instinctively my form, the Nyx shape, changes or starts to glow, and my form starts to glow light, and I'll apply healing. So let's go.
All right.
Cure wounds.
Cure wounds.
I didn't do much, but it did 5 points.
Wonderful. That's
And
more...
then, is there anybody within 30 feet of me that is damaged?
Alcides, have you taken any damage?
Just a little bit from the initial lightning bolt, but I'm doing fine.
It looks like Alcides, Atreus, and Calix are all within 30 of you.
So
Would this healing work?
that's the healing spell. You or another.
Oh yeah, it doesn't work. Probably won't work on Calix, depending on what kind of healing it is.
So yeah, if the chalice form allows me to, when I do the healing spell, I can restore another 1d8 plus my wisdom modifier on another person. So I could actually hit Jack twice.
Ooh, that could be nice. And then
do
just
that.
go ham on this witch that we've got stunned.
So I'll roll that. That one's a lot better. So it's 7 plus 3, so you get another 10 points.
Ooh, goody.
Nice. So as you
And
get,
then,
okay.
yeah, for my bonus action, I believe I can do the what do you call it? The tentacles of the deep,
Okay.
and I'll pop it up right next to this one and hit her with it.
Should have advantage. He's stunned.
Yep. So your tentacles of the deep peers out of this portal, whipping out of this dark ether to grab this, whip at this hag.
So does 11 hit?
That misses.
Yeah. So
Wait,
just,
that's
You get advantage though.
Yeah, it's advantage. She's
I
stunned.
did. The first one was a 1.
It still misses.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that comes up. It's getting ready to. It's
Just hasn't done it. Yeah.
just wrapping around and getting ready, and that'll be it for me.
That hag is stunned. The other hag has done her ability. The one that's fighting Doth, realizing she's so close and now out of the range of her coven, starts fighting back almost like an animal with claws. With a 15 that I know doesn't hit Doth. And then and then we'll can't do that anymore. Okay, yeah, so she's just trying to fight, trying to get you off of her, Doth, and she's just kind of trying to get in a point where claw at your eyes, but she can't get to you. You're just like, you're too well trained, move right. She's starting to, there's a bit of fear in her eyes because she's disconnected, and we move to back up top. So Jack Atlas.
Alrighty, Jack, seeing this witch in front of him, he is. He's gonna pull out his snake fang gauntlet and punch her.
Okay.
So he's got advantage. So let's see it. Oh, give me that nat 20.
Sheesh. Okay, well that hits.
That is a total of 9 piercing.
Okay.
Just be
9
lucky I haven't
piercing.
found a poison for this thing yet. Speaking of which, I should probably go investigate the Hydra to see if it's got any leftover poison.
Actually, it had acidic blood, not poisonous blood.
Yeah,
So
acidic
if you
blood.
make another pair out of Hydra's fangs, you might have a chance.
Ooh, that could be fun. A gauntlet that uses snake fangs and gives me whatever. Ooh, that could be really fun. An exchangeable gauntlet. Ooh, okay, he's striking again. Okay,
Okay.
finally, here's where my luck ends. That's a
Yeah, that
7.
doesn't do it.
That's a 7.
As she's starting to break and move from her stun, she
Since-
grabs his hand and he staggers around her.
And since he used, a unarmed 8-phase gauntlet counts as an unarmed strike, he's gonna bonus strike her. Is she still stunned?
Oh, till it's her turn. Till it's till
Okay.
because it was all through last turn. She's no longer stunned on this turn.
Oh, got it.
No, she's not stunned right now. I'm sorry.
Now wait,
not
so does that mean I got no advantage on my
You got no
cast
advantage
rolls?
on her. No.
Oh, frick. I've been rolling with advantage this
Oh,
whole
she's
time.
still stunned. Until the end of her next turn.
Send to her next turn.
Mhm.
Because it happened. He did it because you're the
Yeah.
first. You're the first person
Okay.
to go. So yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Okay.
Okay, yeah, and since he's gonna follow it up with a bonus strike, unarmed strike, so that's 19 to hit.
Okay.
And then
Hits.
that's 3 damage, and he's gonna use his. I'm so tempted to burn my final key point just to kill this thing. Frick.
She's looking pretty weak. Pretty hacked up.
Okay, fine, I'll do it. And since he landed his unarmed strike, he's gonna use Hand of Harm. That's another 5 necrotic.
All right. 5 necrotic. She takes it.
She's not dead, is she? I've got no more key points.
If that ends,
Yeah, I can't
It's
do anything
turn.
else.
what is happening? The creature that she needs to try to move back in from her sisters. She knows Alcides is coming. One of them moves forward.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah, she's, end of my next turn. Yeah, she's no longer stunned. She's stunned until the end of my next turn, and yeah,
Okay.
so no longer stunned.
No longer stunned. And what am I looking for? It would be. Guess I don't have it. Oh shoot! Yeah, she doesn't have it. Okay, then she will. Seeing Alcides is the closest one coming towards her. She'll just do. Actually, she'll do vicious mockery on the close link to her sister, which is Jack Atlas. So go ahead and give me that wisdom.
Even though she thinks it's an illusion.
Oh, she's
Oh yeah, that's right.
got
I am
it. The one
still
farthest in the
appearing
back
as her
thinks it's a
sister.
loser.
She just attacked.
Yeah, but the
The
sister
sister attacked the sister.
attacked what?
Well, the
Oh yeah, that shit.
illusion form attacked the sister, so does illusion break?
Yeah, I was about to say Jack wasn't aware there was an illusion on him.
Yeah, because
Well, it was just a persuasion roll.
Yeah, because the way we were having you use it, but then like if she comes back and like no longer she sees this illusion, she's like the sister. She hears the because remember she was running away and she hears like the voice say, "It's just an illusion," but then she's still seeing her sister getting pummeled again. So now it's like no, that can't be right. So yeah, well, I think that it would fall. Then she would do vicious mockery. On you. So
Oh goody.
Wisdom.
Alright.
wisdom save. Yeah.
Wisdom save on who, me?
Yeah.
Here's where my luck ends. Oh wow, never mind. That's a 17.
All right, that passes. So you're good. So she goes, retreat. You hear her like saying, like, sisters, retreat. And we will have to take Fareka's judgment. But she's cast that. We then move to whoever's behind her. Beyond is Calyx.
Alex is going to stand up and he's going to summon his bow and draw it back
Okay.
on the one right next to Jack Atlas.
Jack, yep.
25 to hit.
Hits.
Nice.
12 damage.
12. Man, that one gets her as she's looking back towards where her sister calls. She gets hit in the shoulder and staggers back, kind of teetering for a moment, but still there.
And he's going to take another shot.
Okay.
How much health do these creatures
It's going to be 21 to
A
hit.
lot.
21 to hit.
That hits.
9 damage.
Takes it. How do you kill her?
Just pulling the bow back, releasing it, just going to the back of the head as she looks away,
And, then,
saying, "That's for the poison."
and she just drops over, her body crumpling on the rocks below.
See, I knew my entire turn of just pummeling my entire arsenal into her was worth it.
There you go. And then with that, he's just going to look around and see how everybody's doing.
All right, we then move to Atreus.
Is that a witch still at the top of those rocks? Yeah. So Atreus, he's going to run straight ahead to where he's looking, like past the fire, and then left. Like he's gonna run a post pretty much. He's gonna run past. He's gonna grab.
Is he still staying within his water, or is he moving outside of that?
Yeah. The water. It's faded because.
It's faded. Okay.
Yeah. So he's gonna run past the fire and kind of look like he's grabbing some of it. And it's gonna turn white. It's gonna. I'm gonna cast Radiant Flame on the witch.
Okay. Was it like 60? What's the range on it? I'm sure it hits, but just...
It's she has to.
It's just a saving throw.
Yeah. She has to give. Oh, it's 60 feet. She has to do a Dex save of 12.
Dex save. And she fails with a 5. Terrible.
That's going to be 11 radiant damage.
Takes it.
And then I'm going to use the rest of my movement to run under that first that pink tree. kind of taking cover by the
This
trunk.
this one.
Yeah, the first one right in
Okay.
front, yeah. And then I'll end my turn there.
Atreus, then Doth, you're up.
Alright, summon the green flame from hell or wherever it comes from. Let my flame up.
All right.
Smack the witch up on the head with my sledgehammer.
Go ahead.
14 to hit.
That just misses. Jeez, Doth is swinging at this thing. She's just moving very quickly. Does he only have one strike? Does he have? There's two, right? Oh, just one. Okay, just one.
Just a hit.
Just see. So he's missing. We move to unless he's standing his ground, fighting around Alcides.
Alrighty, using Rykira's keen nose and eyes to identify that hag.
Okay.
To smack her with a guiding bolt in the form of a glowing spear that's being thrown. Woo! Nat 20.
Oh,
Only because I rolled 2 dice.
that hits.
So that'll be 10d6.
Thank you, Rykira.
Right. So yeah, he's like Rakira kind of points and growls and like shows you where she is in the dark, and Alcides just fires and lands it. Let's see what damage we got.
Need to get a calculator out just because I only got 4 d6s. So 6, 6, 5, 2.
So 19. So
4, 6, 5, 3.
Oh, that was on top of the other.
Yep, and then 2 more.
So okay, just give me your total.
3 and 1.
All right. So what's your total?
95.
Oh, excuse me.
Actually,
How do you do 95? That's
Yeah.
How is that possible? Wait, explain.
Magic.
You got wait. What
That
did
was
you
4
use?
6s.
You how many dice did you
10d6.
throw? Where did the
10d6.
10d6 come from?
So I did guiding bolt
Okay.
at 2nd level, so that's 5d6. And it
Okay.
was a crit.
Okay. So it's 10d6. Yes. Jeez.
Yeah, so I don't know where the 96 came from. 'Cause I rolled 4 6s,
Mhm.
2
24,
5s,
So that's 20. That's what?
34.
34.
and then a 3, 2 3s, a 2, and a 1.
37, 40, 41.
41. Still shit ton of damage. How do you want this spear to skewer her and finish her off? It's it for her.
That's just a spear of Iroas, just
So at the moment you
Pretty much.
throw it, like anyone as it like sleeves your hand, like on the side of you, we see like Iroas, it's almost like guiding your hand, throwing it the same way he would. And it hits her, and in the moment it hits her, almost like lightning or Nick's energy from the sky coming directly from his spear just obliterates her. She almost like pops into dust that begins to rain down. That one is finished, and the last one goes no, and kind of crumples to her knees. Amazing moment there for Alcides as Osiris is up, and there's one left that Adoth is fighting.
Right?
I think that's the one he just killed. He just threw that. So her sister on the other side saw her die. Sarah, you can hear you're standing next to Jack, and you can just out of your earshot up past the trees, you can hear the clanging and the fighting. And you can see the silhouette of, Doth fighting with that last witch who's trying to disengage him. I don't know if there's anything
Suppose we
you
want
can
to
do.
keep
But you
him
can
on-
see them. If you were to move like up, then you would see them right there down there.
Yeah, I'll do that, and then I'll send the tentacle in to hit her.
Okay.
Don't suppose we want to know why they're here and just try and capture one, or we just don't care, just want to kill them.
They're under orders of Farika. Didn't you hear what she said?
Aye, good point.
We will take your punishment. Which is strange because Rhaenyra drank the poison to get permission from Farika. So.
That's a good point. Maybe she's mad
Gonna say,
about
dude,
killing the Hydra.
Should we capture them to see if they can help us? But
That's a good.
that's
Farika pissed about the Hydra. That's what's going on here.
The tentacle comes around and just, carries her. It really doesn't hit her. So I got an 8, so it misses.
Okay, tentacle whips out, missing. The last hag down on her knees, kind of looking up.
Oh, but I can see her?
Yeah.
Oh, then I can shoot a spell at her.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I'll send a guiding bolt at her.
Okay.
Hopefully send a guiding bolt at her. Does a 16 hit?
It does.
Awesome. And that will be 9 points of radiant damage.
Takes the damage, boom, kind of like blasts into her. She can still see she's still alive when she takes the hit. But she's just kind of completely given up, and she's cowering and she's looking up towards Doth, and she goes, "Shouldn't have trusted you, shouldn't have given you any quarter." And suddenly a voice booms out, boom, and it just says, "Few failed." And she starts to just like cough up a ton of blood. Her eyes kind of roll back in her head, and she collapses over and dies. It's gone. As this happens, moments later, the fog is just kind of just continues to recede away from you all, to where you almost feel like Fricka's like presence just kind of lift from the bog or from the swamp. You now have all of the weapons. You have that to report back to Oresco so that they can come, or you can take as many as you can. You have the chariots that are up above. If you crawl out of the bog, you can take what you can to the chariots. Unless you guys can tell me any other reason you have to stay here.
I kind of want to go see if I can take off any fangs or something, because that gave me a very good idea of just see if I can modify the gauntlet to basically replace the snake fangs of it, but basically give it different effects.
The fangs, you're trying to give the fang
just
fangs
basically
off of one of the hydras from the snake.
Pretty much. He's trying to get the acidic effect of the hydra to see if what part can he's basically trying to give his gauntlet an effects of a hydra.
Give me a disadvantage survival check.
Oh goody. Disadvantage. I'm probably gonna burn this hydra. Oh wow, never mind. That is a 14. Yeah, 14.
Okay. So as you work, what you realize is as you're able to get one of the fangs, you could easily replace the flame, but the reserve of poison that is dried in the other fang is still active. The acid, unfortunately, does not stay in that little reservoir. It is all bled out and it is all dissipated into the ground, so it is practically useless.
Osiris, how long does your tentacle, or how long are you capable of maintaining concentration on your tentacle?
The tentacle will last for at least 10 minutes.
We could remove the spine from this creature, have your tentacle summon where the spinal cord used to be, tie a series of weapons to it, and then use that in order to transport them like a snake.
Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. The tentacle lasts for 1 minute.
1 minute? Oh.
What we'll do here too is, just since this is a chance to talk all that stuff and all that shop of what to do next, we'll like crash back, do a quick 5-minute break for restroom, refill drinks, and we'll come back.
I'm definitely half tempted to get as much valuable stuff as we can off this hydra.
Armor,
When I
weapons.
was gonna clean the trees
Blood.
out of all the fish and stuff that was in it. These are
I
holy
forgot those.
Iroish trees. Come on.
Does the water have any magical properties? Like
Well, what would happen is that once the water comes back, then they would be submerged. They would still be luminescent. They would still be a part of the sun here. They've always been there. So that's where that stuff kind of came from. So if you clear, yeah, you could definitely clear it out for Iroas, but that's why it was there. It was because they're to show you that they were submerged at one time. Almost like if you go into the mountains and you find seashells, you realize that that mountain was submerged at some point.
Yeah, Jack's gonna mark it on the map. Like,
so they're aquatic trees. They're magically aquatic trees. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack's just gonna mark it on the map of, okay, this is the location of all the stuff he's opening. Maybe he can make a quick buck or something to basically sell it to sea folk.
Well, you remember that you're supposed to give all these weapons.
I mean, you just said find a tree and get the lake.
Maybe the weapons will grow back.
Yeah, we're gonna make more. We're gonna make more than a quick buck.
Yeah, I mean, didn't he say like friggin' just find this tree I've been seeing?
No, they want the weapons to arm all of the Leonins for the possible attack that's coming from the Heinemen that are coming down from the north.
I mean,
that's where
a tree for
a trading
arrows.
We're dealing
so your I mean, kind of meta here, but your reward is supposed to be the magical items that you all have. The rest you're supposed to be willing to give over. But if you're willing to play, a little more of the Greek game, we'll see where that goes.
So we get to keep our magical weapons that I've looted off the trees, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna refill my drink. I'll be back.
So do we
should
keep
check the bodies
weapons?
of the hags as well.
Oh, that's a good point. See if they get any potions or something.
Was the tree like worshiping Iroas or something for Iroas, or was it just all the gods?
The trees were created by Iroas. They were what grew the weapons. So.
All right.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to collect like just like the fangs and like even the eyes. Maybe someone would want to trade for something cool like that. Like
Jack's just admiring the fang he's got off the poison. Like Mal said I collected 2, except one of them actually has the effect.
I actually might get a hag eye for one of my spells. Oh, nice.
We're finding some good stuff here. This is a full-on monster hunter here. Loot everything. And
like a farmer's market.
Let's put all the stuff that you guys are grabbing into chat so we can copy and paste it onto our page later. We know we have it.
Yeah, no. I cooked Hydra meat for us last night, so it kind of took all the valuable stuff the Hydra had off that. We feel like we can still get some more meat off the Hydra.
So there was a short sword, a hand axe, a spear, and what was the 4th weapon?
Dagger.
It was a dagger.
A dagger.
Did anyone take the hand axe and dagger? Or are they still on the floor?
They're on the floor.
Yeah,
And I took the short sword, but if anyone wants the short sword, I can just as easily take the hand axe.
I think Alcides has the spear.
Yeah.
Calyx doesn't need any weapons.
Yeah, so if anyone wants the short sword, I can easily exchange that for the hand axe.
I will build a spear and a short sword.
Rykira has a scimitar already. That's plus 1.
Magical?
Yeah. I was gonna say for Jack Atlas, the hand axe is gonna be the best because 1, you can throw it. 2, you don't need the finesse property. So
I'd say Jack's gonna place the
if you take the short sword and the hand axe, then you can dual wield.
Ooh, that's a good point.
He already has his fists for dual wielding.
Well, you can get the additional flurry of blows afterwards too.
Yeah, I can still. Okay. That's a really good point. Yeah, no, it's a bonus action. It's part of his key points. You can just activate Fury of Blows. There's no.
Well, as the bonus, so the other bonus action is for the dual wielding.
No, isn't bonus? Let's see here. 2 weapons.
You're thinking of 2 weapon fighting.
I mean, technically, in theory, it could, since I've got 2 attacks per turn. In theory, I could just strike with both on the same turn.
And the flurry of blows can be with weapons. So yeah.
It can? I thought it. No, it's 2 unarmed strikes.
I thought because
that's armed.
Fury of Blows is 2 unarmed strikes.
Right, but because you're using monk weapons, you can use them as Furious of Blows too.
Really? No, I thought they're simple weapons.
No.
They're just simple weapons. No, they're not monk weapons. They're just simple weapons.
All that does is if it's a simple weapon, pretty much you got to be a Kensei monk in order to do stuff with other weapons. But it doesn't make your bonus attacks with the Kensei weapon.
Yeah, no,
It just
no,
means
Jack
you can
can
strike
just
with any of your Kensei weapons and then make an unarmed attack.
Ah, okay.
yeah, no.
Which
Jack
includes
has to make one of the weapons his dedicated weapon in order to basically have it the monk property that he can use an unarmed strike with.
Atreus,
yeah.
Does Atreus have magic weapons?
No, I haven't picked one up yet.
So Jack's gonna drop his short sword and basically take. If no one else is gonna take the other stuff, Jack's gonna hold on to it. Because he's gonna right now wield the hand axe then.
Like
Oh,
we
the
have
short sword,
two
right?
paladins
Or
and two
Idris.
warlocks.
Yeah, well, okay, but the two warlocks play completely differently. Plus, he's part druid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm pretty much a warlock fighter. You're,
Yeah, more magic based.
yeah, I'm a warlock fighter. You're a warlock druid.
Yeah, and I'm a more melee-based paladin. He's a more magic-based paladin.
Yeah. Then I also have another character lined up that if you guys, for some reason, did not like Calyx being returned and was like kicking him off, did have an idea for a warlock rogue. I'm sorry, warlock is my favorite class, but I'm going to dip into them no matter what. So
if no one's
just-
gonna take that dagger, Jack's just gonna hold on to it then, along with the short sword.
Yeah,
You're
my
cool with
backup
that?
character for LCDs is a Scourge Asimar Storm Barbarian.
Can we play Asimar in this game?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah,
much
we can
Nyxborn.
play.
So like how you see the Nyx on the Hydra that we fought and the other things, like a Nyxborn is pretty much just a human, but you have that same effect on you.
Gotcha.
And pretty much his backstory was going to be he was born to be the vessel of Erebos because his parents worshipped Erebos. Then Heliod was like, nah, fuck that, and pretty much set him on fire to pretty much kill the parents as well. But he survived, and so he still worships Heliod, but he's also influenced by Erebos. So I was gonna see if I can make it, because as a Scourge Asmar, you can release radiant damage.
Doesn't that
And then
harm you as
depending
well?
on
Doesn't that harm you as well, that whole release of radiant damage?
yes, it does. So
Yeah.
I was gonna talk with Malcolm, depending on Erebos and Heliod, whichever one has the greater influence at the time, to see if that can change the damage type.
Ooh, that's cool.
So it would go from either radiant to necrotic, and then as a storm barbarian, I was gonna choose fire, so then it would just be releasing fire damage. But then if Erebos is in control, it would just be frost damage. That was
So-
that entire concept.
Yeah. So I guess how far are we from our original cart? Did we park the cart up top at the old top of the lake bed?
Yeah,
No, the cart is in town. We
hex
took
crawl
chariots to get
distance.
here.
Chariots, right. So how far away are we from the chariots?
We're about 3 days journey.
Yeah, goody.
I think we should probably just climb up out of it
Yeah.
because we're kind of at the edge of it, and then crawl and then go all the way around.
Go
We still
around.
gotta go around.
Yeah, well, it'd be a safer journey.
Yeah.
I mean, it was mainly 3 days because we went through fog and difficult terrain the entire time. So
It's
once
all
we're up and out,
opened
it should be a quick.
Right. It's all opened
Yeah.
up and friendly.
It's okay.
Do we have-
Yeah, we should probably loot what we can before we leave.
But we have to get the chariots, come back, load them up, and then take off.
No,
Pretty
we just
much.
need to find the place.
Okay.
Yeah. But I do feel like we want to loot what we can and then leave. I kind of want to get as much right as we can out of the Hydra.
Let's
Yeah.
take the things that are similar, easy to carry. Like, for example, if there's a whole bunch of spears, we could bundle those together.
Well, you have to remember we're leaving the weapons for the. I want to
Yeah,
say
we're gonna-
Khajiit just because I heard all the Skyrim battle music.
Yeah.
Leona.
Sure, Leona.
There it is. Yeah, I mean, we did say we would round up some weapons to bring up front, like as a delivery of sorts.
Oh, we took 4 of them for ourselves. The magic ones that were hanging off the tree.
Yeah, I think we also set up some sort of a shop there too. So it'd be nice to have stuff to put there to sell.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
can still
could definitely
leave with you guys.
Huh?
Did Siljan leave with you guys?
No, he kind of.
He set up on the adventure with us. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So Callum doesn't look like Siljan.
Alright.
He left like right as we began our journey, I think, before we got to the X crawl.
Yeah. Because IRL Siljan was not a fan of the THEROS campaign.
Ooh. Alright, so we plan on taking some of the weapons, or we just plan to leave them all for the Leonin?
So we can take some, like, because we did say we would try to deliver what we could.
Yeah,
Alright.
exactly. I say we take stuff that's easy to carry between us.
Alright, so we're not gonna do anything else with the Hydra Corpse?
Can carry the Hydra Corpse parts or the weapons. I think the weapons are probably worth more than the Hydra Corpse.
Yeah. Who knows, maybe the Leonin can probably find some use for a bloated, couple-day-old Hydra Corpse.
And we could negotiate to see if they can, in addition to picking up the weapons, pick up the remains of the corpse for us to use in crafting, like making armor or things like that.
Jack doesn't really need armor, but that could be useful for someone else.
I mean, harvesting the
selling.
Hydra is difficult.
Yeah.
You have to remember, its blood was acid.
That's right.
So like
And
trying to
that's-
skin it,
that-
that's just gonna melt.
And
Well,
that's
pretty
kind of
much
what
killed
Jack was
Alex.
after with the fangs. He wanted the acidic
Yeah.
properties. with
And that's
it.
why when you made that roll, Jack, it's going to be really hard to do it. Like you,
Yeah.
it would have been. It would like I didn't want to like go through all the rolling and stuff like for the sake of the role play, but even just for the food, it took you a lot to probably find like
Yeah.
the parts of meat that were okay to eat. You know.
And he kind of wanted he wanted some like in basically he still wanted the acidic properties of the blood just somehow in the teeth. To see if I don't know there was
Like
still some blood left
pre-tenderize
in
the
it.
meat.
Also
I mean,
ironic.
let's say
'cause
like
my
you take the whatever's left in that tooth. It's just not gonna. It's not gonna be something that you're gonna be able to use long term. It's going to, maybe tomorrow. But actually, no. Based on your roll didn't do it. So so it's just like he wasn't able to salvage it.
Also,
So,
my
what,
last
two-
Crowan that ate Nyxborn Hydra meat got poisoned.
I mean, we're pretty good. I cooked it well. I'm 18
No, he-
on that roll.
So did
I
he.
think one of our previous party members ended up transforming into something else at some point.
After eating
Eating
next
Oh
Spawn
yeah,
one meat.
frog.
Yeah, I think that was my other character that I played in the one shot.
I like that actually.
So I don't suppose I got a Hydra Fang with Hydra blood in it, or
No.
was that no? Got
No.
it. So just two.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
the full gauntlet that has a fang like cosmetic on it, but then
Yeah, you can make it cosmetic. It'd be the same as the thing I already gave you, except for
Yeah,
without the
got it.
poison property.
Dang it.
Detecting magic and searching the bodies of the hags, does that reveal anything of interest?
No, because the hags, despite some very kind of disgusting like bags of and pouches full of kind of like their focuses and things like that, like eyes of newt and things like that, things that are very perishable, a bag of little bones, nothing is usable.
Do they have anything that would be considered spell components or stuff like that?
Nothing for all of you that cast spells, since none of you are like wizards and all of you have like a focus, then I don't I'm sorry, you are so but you already have a focus, right? So I guess you could take some of the stuff for components, depending on I have to roll to see if they have anything that would actually be of use.
That's fine. Anything that would be useful for spellcasting.
I think other than that, most of their spells came from them being kind of like as you look over them, Doth, realizing that most of their power came from them being interconnected, and without it, that most of their energy has dissipated and left them. So I'll say like if that does come up, if like the bones, they're small bones of different like amphibious creatures, frogs. They're not like humanoid in any way. They're like a little bag. There is a bag
for like divining or something.
Yeah, there's a bag of dust. Like it looks like a very dry earth It might have been from somewhere in the world that's probably consecrated in some kind of darkness, not dark energy necessarily. Nothing itself says is magical, right? Even if you identify it, like it's all just regular properties, but used for magic, like you said, like components. Other than that, if you could take their eyes, you could take pieces of them. You know, that's all I can think that's on the witches. Yeah.
Felix had mentioned that he uses his hag's eyes for components or something.
Yeah, no, it's
You have a spell called Haggai.
No, I was looking for it's an eyeball encased in a gem worth at least 150, but it's the Haggai encased in something that's 150. It's for shadow and oil.
Covens often, well, I probably should have already started my conversation, so instead of making you check. But yeah, covens typically have one. Just like if we're meta talking here, just like a lich would have a phylactery, but where they keep those is a whole nother thing. So if you guys want to go, basically searching for the coven's eye, that's an adventure for sure.
Probably wouldn't just be back to the little broken down hut.
The hut may lead to it, but they probably wouldn't just keep it like in a in a little like wicker like basket or something to easily be taken. Like to put into like some often demi-lich or liches and things like that, they keep their phylactery like somewhere completely separate, like encased in a whole nother tomb than where they're normally residing, just for their protection.
And sleep on a terrace, put your phylactery in it.
Right.
So I guess I'd like to bundle together about 200 pounds or whatever the remainder of my encumbrance capacity is worth of like spears or something that's like easy to carry over our shoulders.
Roll them up and carry them over your shoulders. Sure. Yeah, you guys are able to work maybe throughout that time, those next few hours, doing like what Dot's is saying, collecting as much as you can. You're all a bit encumbered by taking so much of it and bundling it up and being able to take it back to it. Now, because most of the fog, you can see more of the lay of the land, and because it's opened up now and the sun is kind of starting to rise, you can see that climbing. You can climb out and then just take a walk around the lake to where you left your chariots, which would probably be the fastest way back than going through the tumultuous terrain.
So before we do that, so we were in our watch.
Mm-hmm.
The watch got interrupted. So did we get a short rest between getting up in the morning and going?
Yes, you can. You guys did 2 hours and then was interrupted. So we'll say, it's probably, time is all over the place right now. So I'll say that if you can start another short rest and then just keep going and power through, or you can just try to rest it out and complete another long rest. Which I will, say most likely will not be another encounter unless I roll like a nat 20 on a random encounter table. You're likely to get your long rest. And I'm saying it also because story-wise, with the fog dropping away, you're able to see, if creatures are coming, you have a better lay of the land and what's around you.
Could we short rest, travel for a bit, take a long rest, then travel the rest of the way?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you can do that. I think probably once you get out, it's probably like not even a day to go around to get back to it's because you were kind of living in it, in that space, that getting out is the hard part, and then just traveling over to your possessions is fine. So I know it's weird because we're going back between hex crawling and now more narrative, time jumping when it comes to traveling. It's fine.
How did the horses take care of themselves when we
I have no clue. This is where whenever you guys bring horses, I'm always just like, let's see if those horses, because this happened in my last Theros game. They decided to go to Mount Velis, which is the volcano for Perforos, and they took their horses in their cart. And as it started getting the incline started getting worse and everything, then they did animal handling. They did animal handling and then told the horses to go back to the city. The horses didn't make it back. They got eaten by harpies.
technically we're in grassland, so if we just
Yeah.
took their harnesses off, let them go graze or whatever.
I'll say
they're probably
your
not
horses
gonna
are in
go
better
very
positions
far.
than their horses were.
Also, before the short rest, who had the worst hit points? Was it Jack
I had 4.
or
Oh,
Calix?
I had 17. I got healed up to 17.
So, but I can't heal Calix, right? Because Calix is undead. He can't cure
He's
wounds.
undead.
Yeah, I can only.
Cure
I'm
wounds
the
will
only
not
one who-
work. No.
I can only cure him by
So
punching
So from
him.
this point forward, yeah, Calix is a liability in that way that he's
Right,
Yeah. Don't worry. If I have my spell slots, I will be fine. Once I hit 7th level, I am nearly impossible. I'm pretty hard to hit. And even now, if anything has a range attack, I'm a little worried, but now I figured out that I will be fine. But
Okay,
yeah,
you take the Osiren path and do vampiric touch on things. That's negative energy.
That's a good
that's
thing.
a kind of a race thing, but or that's his that's him
Yeah.
being like the vampire thing. But
Yeah.
Do you have access to spells where you could run it?
But you have that vampire touch.
yeah, but I don't. I could do way more damage if it's gonna be rare where I'm gonna want to sap something. It's
So
either
Jack,
I'm
I
gonna be
got you 13 hit points before the short rest.
I missed that last. What were you saying, Bill?
Oh, sorry. 13 hit points for healing for Jack before the.
Oh, got it. You're giving
Okay,
Jack more.
got it.
Okay.
I'm using up my spell slots before the short rest, and
13.
then have the short rest.
All right.
during this. Calix
at
is gonna walk
39
over to the tree
low.
and carve into
Yeah, I'm
something
max.
just says Phoenix was here using his summoned weapon. Or just and summoning a dagger and just go Phoenix was here, and then underneath and Calix smiley face.
And right under the tree that you're carving it on, one of those trees, similar to what you saw before, is that the serpent, the symbol of Farika.
I guess we never did find out who was making those weird symbols.
You kind of did.
The witches. I forgot. We killed the coven. We encountered one of the witches, and then we killed a coven. Well, technically, were they? I'm kind of curious. Was this the same coven we bumped into before, or are they just different
Yeah,
ones?
they said something along the lines of
And please
They
know,
gave
you
us
guys, I
shelter.
will say this is the way we're playing this Theros campaign, it is a way to try to have this overarching narrative to a very open world game. So do know if things feel extremely discombobulated in so many different, it's because you all have many paths open to you, and it's kind of about like nailing or deciding which one. Whereas in a normal adventure,
I
path,
still
you're
want to
gonna
hit
have-
up.
You're gonna have that one thing that's going on. You guys have a lot of things that are going on.
I still want to hit up the coast. I want to meet Hulk Hercules. I've got a package for Hulk
Hercules.
Yeah.
So right now, the only thing that holds you from completing this is going back. So you got your
Yeah,
ram.
we'll-
Your
we'll
ram is in
complete this.
Tethmos. And your and Brimus, the would be who you would go back and report
Yeah, well,
to.
we'll complete this task. We'll go deliver the weapons, see what else they need, and then probably head off to the coast.
Head off to the next thing. Okay.
So we finish the short rest, and now we're on the
I also wanted. I want to give you the option. I don't want to force you, but when I was describing it, maybe people didn't catch it, or maybe there was the water. Remember though, as the water was being pure again, you were able to look into it and see reflections from the sun mirror. So, but no one really kind of said they wanted to do that, which is completely fine.
So, what exactly would that do if we were to look into it?
I would tell you if you
reflection of
do
the
it.
sun mirror.
So yeah, it's
Hmm.
you'd have to spend some time staring at it. I think the only thing that you all know is there was a bit of a draw. You understood that, because remember the Orescos, that's when it was a lake. Even though they are, because you got to think in this world, even though the Leonin are iconoclasts, it doesn't mean they're atheists. They believe in the gods. They just don't really follow them, which still means they have their own superstitions and their own ways to look and have visions. And in the culture, the sun mirror itself is an oracle. You know what I'm saying? It is a speaker of omens.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about
Something
staring
like
into
this.
it.
Would Jack be interested in knowing some sort of future?
That's up to Jack.
Hmm.
Is knowing the
Atreus is-
future profitable?
Yeah, Atreus is he's gonna start praying. He's gonna light an incense and he's gonna pray while sitting down in front of a pool and during the short rest and seeing if he can see anything.
Okay.
Now,
Can I have an insight check, Atreus?
That's gonna be 17.
oh, my insight's really high.
So as he's kind of smelling that incense is rolling through his gills, kind of breathing in and out, Atreus gets really still. And as he glances down into the water, it begins to ripple. And what he sees in it is another Triton over his shoulder, like walking, sneaking up on him. Like you see the Triton in your reflection, and that Triton is raising a dagger as though to stab you in the back. And in your mind, you think of that Triton as he who blamed you. He who blamed you is close by, closer than you think, willing to strike again. And then he disappears in the ripples of the water.
And Jack will do it. His curiosity gets the better of him, and he wants to see if maybe he can, I don't know, see if there's any future money-making schemes in this. See, I don't know if this
insight
gives him
check
some.
for. Now, what happens is, because Atreus was the first to go, the difficulty for you to see visions starts to go up for each person. So, Jack.
I got a +9.
Okay.
And that didn't do me much. That's a 15.
Okay.
You see the rest of the party in handcuffs and a large pack of gold.
Oh, that was such a bad roll. I got a 6 and I have a +9. I thought I'd get something good.
What you see, Jack, in this image as you're staring at it, is you see your hands as you're looking in the water. You hold your hands over, and you see coins spilling in your hands, and you see, along with the shearing of, it's almost like the fluffs of the sheep's, like the fluffs of the fur. What do you call it? Fur? What do you call it? It's I don't know what the proper word is, but it's
Wool.
It's wool. It's wool falling on your hands, and as it falls into your hands, it turns into gold. But the more bountiful, more and more of it does, the more gold that you can hardly hold on to. And eventually the gold starts to like pour past your hands and like weigh them down. And then in the pool behind you, you see a plethora of shapes, silhouettes. And with your knowledge, they, even in your mind, you know them to be all of the gods looking at you. You get the feeling that the more you use the Fleecemayne ram, the more attention you will draw from the gods, for better or for worse.
Jack looks a bit troubled. Not quite what I expected, but interesting.
Yeah, they're omens. They're always going to have to be interpreted. They're never going to be exactly what you...
Jack looks a bit like,
they won't make sense till things good or bad happen.
But that's interesting. He's just got like, how does this help me with my goal of uniting people for trade?
Alex is going to look around and just offer if anybody wants to go in front. And if not, he's going to go ahead.
Okay. Alex, same thing. Insight. Wisdom.
Okay. It's going to be here. 10.
10. Okay. Calix stares and stares. And unfortunately, maybe the water doesn't work for a return. Maybe it doesn't see, it almost like refuses to see his reflection, even though he's looking at his own reflection. It's kind of he splashes the water.
I am going to the sea. That's all that matters. I'm eventually going to water.
Yeah.
That's water.
Goes on.
Then he's gonna hold the boat out, just kind of caress it a little
Yeah.
bit. Yep.
So yeah, Jack's gonna tell the party what he saw. Well, that was an interesting vision from what I gathered. I'm not suppose we've already figured this out or not, but whether good or bad, the more we use this ram, the more attention we're gonna get from the gods.
So don't be greedy.
To be honest, money's not really my goal. It's more like ends to a mean. Yes, I
Yeah.
want money, but it's for a purpose.
But
Normally that's reversed.
too much money, I feel, is a problem we'd like to have.
I am going to also say that Rakira was standing by himself looking at the water, and he's been very quiet ever since whatever was revealed to him. Maybe not to speak for him, but just so he knows in the future, or so you all know, because you are in the middle of Resco. So I think he would share with you. And so he shares that what he saw in his vision is that the way he describes it is that whoever he's looking for with that whip who killed his village, they are in the Orient Mountains. But the vision told him something's they're there. They will be there when he's ready to seek them out. And maybe even for the sake of today, he's even not ready. Maybe he's so surprised that it's so close. It's like right on the side of those mountains to the east. Maybe even he is not ready to face that, today. But now he knows where to start his search.
At least the level 8 party adventure. Got it.
Yeah. And so as you guys travel and climb out of the lake bed, if anybody else would have done it, then I could just flash back, but you make it up to the level, the ground open to the plains. The sun finally bathes on you after these few days of being in just harsh, you all are fine. If other people were around, they would probably smell you. But you walk along the perimeter of this great crevice of a lake, eventually making it back to your horses, who all I don't know if did you actually say you let them graze?
I'll see why not. I mean, no sense in tying them to stakes for 3 days on end.
Yeah.
So we're just
I'm just gonna make one simple roll. I'm not trying to make anything bad happen to them, but just to bring a level of, randomness to this.
The jugs of water
Yeah.
are with the chariot, so the water they would have to drink is from the chariot.
Yeah. Okay. Your horses are all there, and surprisingly, no beasts, no wildebeest, nothing from around has come to attack them or to chase them off or to scare them. I decided that, I don't know if we had ever really confirmed this, but I believe there would probably be 3 chariots because of how big all you are. There's so many of you. I imagine 2 to 3 people on every chariot, right? So I saw 3 chariots fits the party, right? With 2 horses each that were given to you by Brimus. And you're able to kind of strap them all up and get them ready and hoist all of the heavy weapons that you do have. There's definitely plenty more. If they want to come back and get them, they'll be there. And now that the fog gone, they'll know exactly where they are. You all set off. A couple days goes by as you work your way back into the mountains, and you eventually arrive. Midday, sun shining on Oreskos. There you are met by some of the guard, and one of the first people you meet is Kashka, the Leonin who you have I imagine grown to trust. An example of someone who started off wanting to kill you all, who you gave kind of a pass. She was the poor one who was you didn't kill when the Gorgon attacked you, and she walks up to you all as you kind of come over that bridge into Resco's, those giant rising towers, adorned in multiple plates of different the way they had kind of the Leonin adorn everything in like a lot of shrouds, as well as metals on the sides of their towers that had caused the place to kind of be reflective in the sunlight, to kind of glitter. She walks up to you with a bit of surrounded by a couple of guards, and it is good to see you. You made it back. She looks to Rakira, I'm glad you are well. Grimace wants to see you. Yeah, you can tell she's kind of giving him a little like eye there.
Alex disguised as Soljan is just freaking out. yes. Okay.
So she's like,
completely unlike Soljan, but totally like
totally like him. And so she sees the weapon. She's like, many of the guards approve. She's like, he will be happy to hear from you all. So they take you through the halls back to where you met Grimace, who walks out in these elegant robes with the sun shining in through his hall. And I am surprised how quickly you have made it back. Thank you. And as you're bringing in, the guards are bringing in what they've taken off of the chariots. He starts to look over them. He looks like he's in thanks, and he's just kind of in awe at your group. Is there anyone that kind of speaks up or shares before him?
Jack pipes up. Yes, this is what we managed to lug home. There is still more stuff down there. We have a map for you if you want to go back. There's also a Hydra corpse next to it as well, if that's any use to you.
You have bested the Hydra.
Yes.
With the help of a returned guy. We never caught his name, but he was very helpful.
That kind of catches Jack off guard. Like, he didn't expect Alex to acknowledge himself like that. Like,
Well,
yeah.
I'm Soljan, doing my best Soljan
impression. No. Jack catches on to what you mean. He just kind of a bit taken off guard. Like, oh, yeah, we also met a very friendly return. Quite used to us.
You really are the heroes. You are those champions I saw in my dreams.
Yes, there was also a couple of covens down there. We met one. We met a witch, interesting fellow, and then fought off a coven.
I'm sure you bested many monsters, and so I feel I am humbled as the speaker for the Leonin people. I must say, you probably did not trust me, and I did not trust you when I first met you, but I went on my gut, and being new to trying to trust the gods, I have much respect for Herois. As he knowing enough, because the Leonin people have warred with the Acron people in the past and still do to certain tribes, and so when he says that, he looks to Alcides, gives him a nod. You are the real deal. As I promised, he pulls out a pouch, your 300 gold coins that he hands over to you to split amongst the party. He says, and in addition, please keep the chariots and the horses. May they expedite your travels over the land. And we have kept your ram. It is quite well and happy. Even though the keepers smacked their lips a couple times, I always made sure
Was it the rams we named Balance Head, or was it that first horse we got? Because remember, we kept one and we named a couple of
We named
animals
the
Bill
horses
and
Bill and Ted.
yeah, and then Bill died, and we had Ted left.
Seems to be a common thing of the groups in this game, losing horses. The other group has a Maximus and Minimus, and only Maximus is left.
You know, we've got Ted left.
I'd like to think Calix, or before they left the city, before they lost Ted or stole Ted and used him to run away, but probably in the travels got him killed. But
Yeah, whatever
No,
happened.
that
to
was
him?
the
I
one
know-
that got carried off by the harpies.
Yeah, Bill got carried off by the harpies. Ted survived.
As you
Or
guys talk
they
about your
both-
horses' names,
I don't know. Did we bother naming the ram, or did we just name it Ram?
they walk your ram in. The goat, and you can tell it keeps trying to like headbutt the Leonin who's bringing him in. Like it probably inherently feels like they are predators of it. So it's like trying to get away. It's like one of the guards brings it over to you and hands it over to Jack.
Let's just name the ram Rufus.
My gates are always open to you and yours. Those golden lion eyes, his very majestic frame, blue sash over his shoulder, and backlit by the golden sun. His eyes kind of twinkle for a bit, and he suddenly goes from looking very proud to almost deflated, and he goes, "But I have a truth I must confess. Because I do not, being a man of distrust, and as you have earned truth here amongst the Leonin people. I lied to you before about the Biden. I told you I knew nothing of the sort. I didn't completely believe you were humanoids of the gods. And quite frankly, I had other reasons." He snaps his fingers, and two Leonin go into another room, female and a male, and they bring back in that large box that you were carrying before. You brought this to me, rightfully so. It was mine. It is mine. But I have come to realize it is of no use. It will not serve a purpose. And you are probably right. Looking to the Tritons. This is better in your hands, and I do not want to bring any more harm. Now that we have the weapons of Iroas, we are in a better position to fight for ourselves. And they open the crate, and inside is the crate was about 3 feet wide, 3 feet by almost a foot. And inside of there is what looks to be like a stone, almost like a sarcophagus, but it's essentially like almost like Egyptian style. When it folds, open, they take the top off. And inside of there is a bident, but broken. It would be 6 feet long. It's snapped in half, and it's laying in the frame. I had you bring this to me because I thought that my oracles, my sages, could use it to harness the power to bring water back. You must understand, when you told me that you worked for Thassa and you were in her service, I did not believe you. And I thought we could do it ourselves, but I cannot reforge this, and I have just seen what you've been able to do. I've had a change of heart, and I do not want to be in Thassa's, in her crosshairs, per se. And they close, and he goes, "This shell, this entombment, the capsule, it keeps, its magical presence keeps Thassa from seeing where It is. I turn it over to you to do what you will with it, to reforge it, to deliver it to her as you say you would. I just ask you one thing for me and my people. Do not take it out of that capsule until you get far from my land so that she does not seek retribution with us. You have to believe that I only took it hoping that I could use it for our good.
Insight check.
Insight check from Doth.
Also, a minor note.
After he opens it, oh yeah, here, take it. Yeah.
He also said you slayed the Hydra, meaning he knew there was a Hydra there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that thing was underwater.
Siren goes forward and say, how did the Biden become broken?
Fair enough. I can answer that. I'll wait till Doth.
So, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my skills.
But it broke trying to fit it into the box.
I don't know.
It would technically have had to be because of the way the box is and that. So remember, Jack Atlas was just carrying just a wooden box on it.
Yeah.
That wooden box inside of it, the reason it had a little bit of weight, it had that bit of stone, the actual encasing that the piece was in. For the fact that you carried that piece around, you all know that if the Biden was in there the entire time, it had to be broken when it was delivered. Whether Brimus knew it was broken or not when it was delivered, that is up to you to maybe discern.
What's the Biden made out of, and what are the weapons of THEROS made out of? Just out of curiosity.
That's a great question. I'm gonna be honest with you, as a DM, I have no fucking clue. But I
Actually, the
Did not expect that.
right.
So for the gods' weapons, at least from Magic the Gathering, they're enchantment artifacts. So they're both made of enchantment magic and our artifacts. So technically it's just made of magic.
They're like Nyxborn metal.
So that's actually not completely true. I do know. So the weapons that you found in the bog, and you actually brought some that I forgot that were in my notes that I didn't make clear, Doth. What stands out about all the weapons that you found hanging off that tree is they are not bronzed. They are made of a different type of metal that we would call iron. So they were all, that opens up this new age. And it's most likely, actually, Doth, can you give me a history check? I just kind of like when it comes to what the gods, I'm like, yeah, it's magic. It's made out of magic.
Nyxborn metal. That's
well, if it was made out of metal, I'd want to make some armor and weapons for myself out of it. So.
Out of the Biden?
Not out of the Biden. The Biden I tried to repair.
Yeah, I figured. So that's why he's giving you the Biden, because he's like, maybe this is better in your hands to repair and to deliver back to Thassa. Kind of all jokes aside, the physical form of this Biden is it's golden, and it has these kind of jewels that are bluish jewels encrusted towards the top. So it could be some kind of bronze, gold, maybe even a thicker metal towards the center. But the weapons that you did arrive, those were iron that you all brought back. Even the magical weapons are iron. He also shares with you that when they were thinking about trying to get them forged, he their forge masters could not. They realized they could not do it. But it doesn't mean it's the only way, but the only way that I think that Brimus could think of is that in Mount Velis, outside of Akros, is where Perforos's actual temple is, and maybe that's a possible place to get it restored, because there is supposedly a forge there. Doth, I don't think I asked for what was your history check?
That was like 6.
6, okay. So he's sharing all of that. And maybe that's a place to take it, or maybe it's worth just delivering it back to Thassa in the way it was. Now, I will ask, I'm not even going to ask for checks from Osirian and Atreus because I believe that you would probably know this. Probably Atreus more than Osirian since he was built in a gift. But Atreus would definitely know that in your people's lore or in legend has it that that Perforos is in good connection and good friends with Thassa. And that the legend has it that Perforos makes gifts for her, and that her bident was a gift from him.
So I guess I should probably pray before I try to think about putting that back together again. But I would like to have attempted to reshape one of the weapons, if there was like any sort of hammer, into a steel version of my sledgehammer. Just to see if my ability to do that worked on it.
Would it be like basically same thing, channel divinity, spending an hour over it on your horseback, trying to turn it into a hammer and that. So would you be taking one of the magical weapons and trying to turn that into a hammer so that it now constitutes as a...
Not the magical weapons, just the non-magical ones. Because I can make
the dagger no one's going to use for the most part.
Yeah, Jack's
I won't make you make a check. I'm just wondering if you want something special from it. But I do think you could make a hammer out of those materials.
Jack's currently holding on to the majority of the 4 magical weapons. I know LCD's got the spear, and Jack's currently holding on to the hand axe, short sword, and dagger. He's wielding the hand axe.
I can enchant the weapon myself, so I don't need a magical one, just one of the ones that has enough metal to make a sledgehammer.
Okay. Then sure enough, I think with all the time it took you to travel back and your off time, you would have made a hammer doth out of the weapons. Fine crafted. You're the first. I guess what makes it special is it is blessed by Iroas. Right now, say it doesn't exhibit any magical properties, but it is iron. And it is something that everyone doesn't have. I mean, as it does, some of you have the magical. I mean, and so there was the dagger, right, that no one used. Can you give me a sleight of hand check, Doth? Because this is why you're working on your channel divinity. I'm basically giving you the opportunity to take the dagger and you consume the dagger and possibly make your sledgehammer.
Yeah, if he wants the dagger,
unless you don't want to.
No, I don't want to.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Then it's just
So I guess while this is going on, Jack's gonna hand the map he made of the drained lake and the location of the tree, hand it to the king. Like, here's the map we made.
Thank you.
Location of the tree and Hydra corpse is marked.
Remus appreciates
I'll
it.
actually send the dagger back to Akros on a messenger bird.
Yeah,
Like, hey, look, metal.
Jack fishes the dagger out of his backpack and hands it over.
Cool. As well as pretty much I'll transfer to the Crowan military and who I answer to, just kind of tell them, hey, what all happened here. And I'll also talk to the speaker and be like, hey, if you really need like help fighting this war, I'll be willing to put in a word with Akros to do that, to aid in these foreign invaders.
They will appreciate that. And I think that when the time comes, the unification of our people and yours through battle is good for both of us. Some of this role play goes by, I imagine in my mind at least, as almost like montaging as you guys are having these conversations with him, going back and forth between he offers you downtime in his city.
Does he know why the Biden was broken? How it was broken?
He doesn't. So what he's able to explain to you without me kind of just role playing for hours is that he made one of his I forget what you call them, but like one of his associates or people under him made a connection about the Bident through it being sold in Akros during the time of the games. And it was essentially way through like a underhanded black market. But what they were not honest about is the state of the Biden. So he paid heavy riches to the slaver, and the Biden showed up, and you just were the delivery mechanism. And he had so much to lose. He you know, him trying to like protect his people, just kind of like, yeah, do it. Let's see if that works. You know, it's almost like he's been trying everything, and then he's got these visions. Hopefully, this dream will. And so, but I think the changing factor was when you asked about the bite. That threw him off. He didn't expect you to actually ask about the thing that you just delivered to him. He lied to you because he still wanted to have time with it. But also you coming back showed him that he probably should have handed it over the first time. And,
does he have any information on like the name of the person that he bought him from, or was that from a previous adventure from you guys that you already
Jack
know?
has that.
Yeah, Jack. I don't know if I ever. I thought
yeah, I have it.
pretty
It's
sure I
I can
erased
look it up.
it.
But it is his contact to the slaver, which I think is Rufus. I want to say.
Yeah, he got paid for the job. No, Rufus. We were thinking of naming the ram Rufus. The villain.
That's probably where it was
else.
funny. Is I swear it's probably Rufus. It might not be. Maybe I'm thinking of what you just said, but it could
I
be
was
connected.
thinking of naming the ram Rufus because I don't know where Ted ended up.
Or it was Roland. Let me see. I'll find it. But what I'll say is that if it's something that I don't have, if I can find it in my notes, I'll share that with you because he would be pretty forward and open.
No, I didn't write a name. I just wrote down what the job was.
And he did most of his work through.
Yeah, Bird. He did it for a robot Bird, and that bird flew away the moment it was delivered.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Jack has no real way of contacting him.
We'll also send a messenger bird to Setessa to ask if A, my two sisters and Erroneous arrived, and if so, send Erroneous back to Akros and train.
Are you all willing
wait
to
further
spend?
instructions?
Do you spend at least? Do you guys get some downtime here in the city?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jack's probably gonna go peruse the marketplace, see if he can make find more jobs.
Yeah. And Oreskos is not. I mean, that Tethmos is not the most. It's not like a polis. It is very much the culture of the Leon, and so it's harder to find all.
As long as he
wares
can
and
make
all that.
connect. Jack's whole goal of his trading service is he wants to unite the land through trade. As long as he's able to make connections between different places, he's perfectly happy. But that's why he also wants gold as well, because he knows he can't just make his dream a reality just on ideas.
Kind of persuasion.
I believe a portion of our negotiations earlier also involved a plot of land where we could build a shop. Perhaps we could spend some time negotiating materials and whatnot necessary to create that.
Yeah. I guess you guys.
I usually treat that stuff as because only for you all's sake as players, I don't want to consume too much of your in-play time for it, but you're welcome to if you actually, because some players enjoy doing it in-game. It's like shopping. Yeah. Some players enjoy shopping episodes, but I imagine that yes, you have that already. So you've already created your hub here, Jack. You now have that.
Wait, it was technically, it wasn't didn't we have like two separate trading companies in the party?
Here's where I get confused. You guys call yourselves a Fleecemayne line company, which it sounds like Jack still wants to be a separate entity, which is funny.
I had the idea of Jack being a courier in the first place. He's like, oh yeah, no, let's make the Fleecemayne company.
The Fleecemayne Line Company is almost like what I imagine like the name of the party is. But I imagine that all of that goes through Jack's company, which is like at the top of the head is like whatever you call that is everything.
Yeah, the way I kind of figured it was the Atlas Association was more or less the delivery boys. They're the ones sort of persons of transporting goods, while the Fleecemayne Company was there really selling the goods. And basically they'd be the Atlas Association would take up basically a portion of the sales.
So do we get stock options or benefits, days off?
He's already got a shop. He's got a shop.
Health insurance?
Inside check.
I haven't told you this, but Jack's got a shop on the coast. Yeah, he's got the hub of the Atlas Associations in.
So Jack, you have a shop on the coast. Is it in Melitus?
Yeah, I told you. It was in the backstory. He's got a shop with a couple of employees in Melitus. It's kind of like a warehouse shop. a mix of a storage mixed. I kind of view it as a warehouse with a storefront in the front. It's kind of like where he stores all the Atlas Association goods, where he also sells some of the stuff as well.
Atreus, where is your shop located?
It is just outside of Melitus. It's kind of a floating shop out there in the sea.
Oh, wonderful! Yeah, if that's the case,
Atreus, is your shop like in your city? Is it in an enclave that's built for Tritons, or because you said it's out to sea, or is it on an island somewhere? What?
Yeah, it's kind of it's just a floating. I guess it would be kind of a boathouse kind of a shop. It can't really have it in the Siren Sea just because it's so chaotic there. So it kind of just floats off of the coast of
so I guess
Melitus.
Do you tell this to the rest of the party? Because if so, Jack's willing to complete. I'm totally willing to sell your goods. You park the boat in Melitus, and Jack's completely willing to sell your goods, and you'd also get a portion of the profits.
Yeah.
If you say this
people,
out,
my people will be in touch with your people. We'll
absolutely.
We'll
I'll tell my employees to keep an eye out, and we can absolutely go further from there. Yeah, and we can discuss terms and portions of sales later once we arrive in Melitus.
So it sounds like we should rent out space to you to sell your goods here.
Yes, that would be much appreciated.
The current stock of the Fleecemayne Co. is a single ram.
Yeah, whatever happened to that one horse we had? Did we just kind of lose that one horse?
No, we left our actual cart and horse here with the ram.
So we've got what, 7 horses and a ram now?
Yes.
With 3 chariots and 300 gold to split between us.
Erroneous, we may have a job for you.
We can assemble a small army with this.
Yeah, because that's the thing is like, so once you leave here, Jack, are you trying to set this up where they're like people that will be working here in Oreskos or in Tethmos for you, like so that you generate income that gets sent to you? Well,
yeah, actually, that's a pretty. He might actually. Yeah, he's probably going to set up a shop here, and then he doesn't really have any way of. See, I don't think I ever set up a way of really communicating, because the way I kind of pictured it was kind of like, I imagine it much more like a grocery store chain, where it's like he has shops all in different places, and they each kind of circulate goods. They're kind of like general marketplaces where you can buy goods from places that you typically can't get in the area.
Right, but for him to effectively run them,
I would imagine he's got a small fleet of couriers like him. He's just kind of the
he's trying to build that. He's got 2 in Melitus, is what he's got.
He's got 2 employees in Melitus. He kind of needs a bit more employees.
You've got the space that they've given to you. The reason I need the persuasion check, and it's not even a role playing, it's just really just a, you can hit this. This means you, because you say you spend time in the marketplace.
Yeah,
it's just trying to find
hire on some people,
other people who are willing to run this. And then, like you said, like Alcide said, you got your ram. Are you taking your ram with you? Because if you're taking your ram with you, what do they sell? Like, what are they doing for you while you're gone? Because I remember you had some of those swords you picked up from the merchant back in the day. Like, how does this business work? Is what I guess
I just kind of imagine like a transfer of goods. Like each store's got like a stock set of stuff, and then people would basically, in this case, couriers would basically move between the stores, restocking them. And Jack would be going out making deals, and each merchant would basically go restock their certain supply. That's why he's trying to make deals with merchants of just they're the goods they're selling.
Okay.
And basically the merchants can come bring their stuff, they can sell it for them, and they get a share of the profit.
And what kind of, and I take it you deal in, is it mostly weaponry that you deal in?
Mostly anything. That's not necessarily weapon. It's kind of everything. He deals with all sorts of things.
So you go out and do some shopping, you buy some things, and then you're going to mark those things up and sell, because you're probably have to buy some things in the marketplace there in Tethmos and put them in your shop.
Yeah, he's kind of gonna.
I'd say you go around and with a 25 gold investment, you set the shop up. So burn that.
He basically
And
puts
then,
up a sign saying the Atlas Association.
I have a chart. I don't have it right now, but I know I use it in my other games for like people who set up taverns and stuff like that. And we can have it where you can decide whether you lose money or gain money week to week or month to month, something like that. Just remind me so I can do that. But give me a persuasion check now to just see how things are going.
All right, persuasion, normal roll.
Over, like I say, the next few days.
That's an 11.
Okay. So, with the help of Bremis, with the help of the people, you're able to get some Leonins youth to reluctantly decide to, be a part of this and to help.
Jack gives him
for
a
pay.
small little bonus, a higher on bonus, like thank you for your time.
So the business within that almost like week, you're able to get things kind of started and get the wheels going. Is there anyone else that maybe haven't heard from what you might be doing? Like Osirian, here's the thing. I guess there's a lot of people that I want to hear from, because I wonder, now that Osirian knows that you have the Bident in your possession, that is another, that you talk to that elemental creature that was made of water, that was like, well, you find this, this is the first chance that you have now in your life, you're on a course to meet Asa and be given as a gift to her. Atreus, I'm just wondering, that's one I thought of Osirian, since you have the Bident now, but all of you kind of just wondering where you guys' heads are at, what maybe the next motivation is. Calix, you have this boat now. In that moment while you were out, you got this vision saying go to Asphodel. I don't know if you've shared that with the group, in your travels yet.
So, if we're all gathered around and I hear Jack talking about all this trade and all that, and hearing word of maybe going to Melitus next, well, I can guarantee I can help you somewhere. I know a few shops in Asphodel, and if you can get into that market, Return have no use for gold, but we still have it. And his share of the gold that he's just going to set on the table. Whoever wants it, take it. But, and I'm pretty sure you can weasel your way out of a lot of people's gold.
I'm not necessarily after gold here.
Is there anything we can invest in here that we can sell there?
As he mentions Asphodel also.
What's the low? I guess, Jackson asked. So what exactly are you famous for around here?
Just for you guys to understand, Asphodel, and I imagine he would explain it, is a city rumored to be a polis that is dilapidated but run completely by returned. Those are the only creatures there. There is another city off the top of my head, but that one is rumored to be run by the Murder King. It is a violent, vile place, whereas Asphodel is more of the sad place. It's a place where many of the returned who from their past lives, let's say I was a merchant and I came back as a return, I would go to Asphodel and just try to go through the motions.
Related to that, do we know that Jack's behavior is completely contrary to the majority of the returned, who are sort of lawful neutral in terms of how they're presented, at least from my understanding?
Calix is a complete oxymoron. There's no returns. When we started this campaign, you fought returned, and they were very much kind of one track. And for Calix to have this kind of
so much personality,
he's not a normal return.
And I also pointed out when you were having your doubts about him, I was like, he is not normal.
Yeah, but he's just gonna bring up that, and then during his downtime, he's going to, in hiding, take off his mask and cast Disguise Self on him using because I assume taking off the mask would remove the Mask of Many Faces, and use the what's it called? The Phoenix's Devotee to cast Disguise Self, but that only lasts for an hour, and go up to anybody to see if they can fix it.
What is he trying to fix?
Because
Oh, the mask.
Goth change.
Oh, the donkey mask.
That's the only thing Calyx cares about besides Phoenix.
So I don't think. Yeah.
Who is he
he's gonna
searching?
be-
Who is he taking into?
Blacksmiths,
Yeah.
anybody who looks like they could fix it.
Can you give me a investigation check?
Oh, this okay.
This is to find somebody.
13.
So you spend like at least a day in the marketplace going to see the blacksmiths, and anyone on sight of seeing that mask, the weight of it, even though it is worth the weight, its weight in gold, no Leonin will touch it. And it settles in pretty quickly by the end of the day, Calyx, that it is because the returned are so feared. And though no one knows you are returned, when they even see your mask, they balk, they look at you, they grimace. They do not want the curse of the returned undead or of Erebos. They don't want the anger of Erebos, who typically seeks out to kill the return, on their hands. So no one trusts to even touch it.
Does anyone look like they could do it?
No. Not that you meet. You have to take it back to your party.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Doc, I have a question for you, Doc. Do you have the skill to fix the Bident if you had the equipment?
I would do so with hesitancy. To work on an item of this nature, an artifact created by a god specifically for yours, I feel would be tantamount to heresy without permission.
Yes. So
I would be willing to try if I was given permission. But
well, I know Periphos. So, Atreus, are you willing to travel to Mount Velos? Because when I go to Thassa, I would prefer to present her weapon whole as a gift from the gift, per se.
Well, then again, we aren't exactly sure when this thing was broken.
Well,
we can learn how to repair it.
Yeah. And Perseus made this, he should be, he can make or repair anything.
I think that'd be a good idea. I think she would accept it either way. I'm sure she could fix it. But maybe just as a nice cherry on top, that would be a nice gesture for her.
Good question. Is Osiren and the Bident made out of the same metal? Because both are for Thassa, both made by Perforos.
I would
if
say
extra materials needed, Osiris might need to give up a hand or an arm.
They do appear to be made out of the same metal.
Is it missing material, or is it just broken?
It's just broken in half.
But even if it's broken, you still need something to melt down and weld it. That is the same material.
Yes, this you will not be able to touch this in a regular forge.
I wasn't planning on doing it with the I was just planning on welding it using magic.
I don't think the mending cantrip's going to do the trick.
Osirian, I don't know if it's part of your backstory, maybe that we need to pull up right now. I know you are a gift. Do you know who made you?
Oh yes, Perseus, because I talked to
Perseus made you, okay.
Yes, I talked to Perseus. He gave me a history on some of the races and things that were going, and he had sent me on the path, and instead of sending me, he had me walk to the seas and to learn basically the THEROS along the way, so that I would have some type of knowledge and experience when I present myself to Thassa and can provide insight from my personal observations. And then along the way, Phoenix, being jealous, intercepted me and cursed me, but I didn't know that's Phoenix. So I don't know that. And so that was it. I'm just on the way to.
Damn.
That's gonna be awkward when he finds out who did it.
Yeah, I don't know. He came. I believe I put a shadowy cowled person stop me. I didn't know any better. They knew that I was a gift between those two and being the jealous god. He said, bless me, and said, good luck on your journey, and made sure that no matter what I interface with all these humanoids, I must take a bite out of them. So my experience is a little more rougher than normal.
Wow. Can I have a history check from you?
Yep. 22.
Okay. So yes, that means that Siren remembers the location of the mountain on the mountain that he kind of woke up. It was on the cliff side of Mount Velos. And he has those moments of Perforos kind of showing him all of the world, almost like God and Adam, like saying, I've made you, and now go out here and take part and consume and bring in the world and learn from it. I think over his journey, even after he met the dark figure on the beach, Osiren also met another Forge Master. One that Perforos in his prayers is considered to be kind of quite powerful. One of those artisans who is not now. No one is up there with Perforos, but who like Perforos would have blessed. His name is Delicos, and Delicos would have come. You remember, it's been time. It's kind of, but the mismatched. So it is either Mount Velos to go to, or possibly if Delicos is still in Melitus, there is a chance that there is another Forge Master there who could help you.
So if we're going to Melkos, then we could see. But I know of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I
just
could
to
say,
give you options.
Yeah.
And difference in those options.
So yeah, there is a Forge Master, but I don't know his location. So we could go to Melkos, and if he's not there, then we would actually, if Delicos is not there, I'd have to go back to Mount Velos.
You could also deliver this to Thassa Broken. That's another option as well.
Atreus, I have the history of the Tritons, but I don't have the culture of the Tritons. I have facts on Tritons, but I don't have the experience of Triton. So what would you suggest for
In that case, if you would like to learn about our people, I consider you one of us, not just a metal man. I would suggest to go to Melitus. They're very cultured, and even more, my shop is currently being run by my wife, my daughter, and my son. Maybe you can see what a home life looks like. But I think it would be wise of us to follow your lead. I think you could be trustworthy with this, Biden. I think it'd be best with you.
Okay, so I will work on getting it repaired.
Yeah, so let's head to Melitus, see if there's a Forge Master there. If not, we can head up to the mountains.
All right. On Legend Keeper, you know where all these locations are. I don't know if you guys have. If not, I can share.
Yeah.
Just so you.
Yeah. Okay. Here
know.
is the temple/forge next to Mount.
Alex, have you received any further insight into the bottle or the ship you carry in your bottle?
I'm supposed to take it to Asphodel. That's why Asphodel is important. And I'm worried if we don't take it anytime soon, Phoenix may lose favor in us.
Where's that Legend Keeper map thing?
You guys should have a link. If not, I can resend it to you.
Yeah, okay.
It's
So,
right next to.
So if you see here, you all are here in
Ah.
Tethmos, which is where we're at now. You've
So-
all come from the Sun Mirror, which is up here. This is Mount Velis in this section.
yeah.
If we were to go down, Melitus is here towards the coast, and Asphodel is
Is
here.
right down there. So, I guess, are we in any rush to fix the Biden?
Remember, he said, as long as it stays in the box, Thassa can't see it. Therefore,
So, yeah, I'd say we're fine for now. I'd say we can stash the Biden somewhere safe, make sure it's nice, all locked up and sealed. And then head down to Melitus, see what we can find down there. And I guess that will decide whether or not we head to the mountains or head down to Asphodel.
Well, the mountains would be a trek in the opposite direction of the city. If we were
Yeah.
to go,
So I guess let's see what we can find in Melitus
that
and
right?
go from there. Yeah, it is the
Mountains are-
opposite direction. Except, yeah, one would be much closer from what I'm looking on the map.
they're all about. If I had to look, and if you let me know if you've lost your access to, I can resend it to you this weekend.
I know, it seems like
I don't think I ever
Asphodel.
had it. So.
Really? Oh,
Much-
I'll send it over to you, Doth. To Rick.
I started in a different campaign. So.
Oh, that might be why. Maybe I never gave it to. I gave it to. I thought I gave it to everyone because even in Richard's campaign, the goal was for us to all have access to it. So if you didn't get it, I apologize. I will get it over to you. I'll email it to you. But it's just really and we really just use it for stuff like this, moments where
Yeah.
we want to know where we're going next. So it hasn't come up that often, but it is helpful. And you all can always go in here, and every time what I typically do is update it with like a couple notes here. So if you've gone to the Sun Mirror, you can always go in there and be like, the Sun Mirror, like right now, the Sun Mirror is listed as a swamp, but now it's probably going to be listed a little differently. Or once you guys bring Thassa's Biden back, it might be listed differently. So if it's also a place where if new villages and things like that are discovered along the way, they are then placed on the map so you know where they're at for the future. Yep.
So yeah,
I know Ohan couldn't be with us here today. He had a arch enemy or something that was located in the mountains, which was sort of in the direction of the forge.
I'll share that with you. Actually, it's actually in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
If I have to share, so Ohan is whoever is supposed to be somewhere in the Orinan Mountains. So if this is Oreskos in the Sun Mirror, his person is somewhere over there.
Oh.
Yeah, and then Mount Velis is somewhere over here. So yeah, there's a few different three different ways to approach the situation for sure. So I don't want to go too deep because I have some secrets on here that I don't want to share that you all are not supposed to be able to see. But when you're in your version, you should be able to see just what is.
Yeah, I'd say I still want to hit Melitus, see what we can find there.
Who also votes for Melitus? Any other hands for Melitus? Okay, Siren.
If I could find it and repair it at the same time, yeah.
Yeah. And also we can meet Hulk Hercules.
that is another job
Yeah,
you
Hercules.
get a quick pay for by delivering his
A
outfit.
suit to Hulk Hercules.
Well,
Need
that's-
something for him to autograph.
In that week, also Alcides, your bird would have come back. Geez, I'm literally forgetting his name. Your sister
Erroneous.
is safe, and Erroneous did make it safely to Satessa. And he sends back word that he's essentially leveled up. Another state. I think last time we left him, he was. I think he's at like guard level now, in terms of like what he operates like. But he's working on it. He's getting stronger. Hopefully one day he'll be full on champion.
I've already got my roadmap for him because since he's made it to Satessa, Now let's go back to Akros, grab the little brother, take him to Meletus, and then after that journey, go back to Akros, and then learn from Alcides' father how to woo a Cetessan woman. Then
So we're now sending him. So now that he's made it back, he's got to go. He's going back to Akros to get your brother.
Yep.
All right. He's on his way.
So, Atreus, were you able to sell your goods here? And can we load up with some goods to bring back to Meletus from Cetessa? Or not, wherever we are.
Yeah, Jack's gonna check the progress of his shop, see how it's doing, gather some stuff, and then yeah. And he's probably gonna go transfer some of the smart stuff he's found up here and basically bring it down to his shop in Meletus.
Yeah,
So
I think
go ahead.
yeah, business is kind of slow for Atreus. I mean, they're still you know, getting business trickling in, but yeah, it's taken kind of a blow a while ago. And for I think I don't know how you guys would feel about it, but leaving the Fleecemayne, I think maybe leaving it somewhere where it isn't so populated is probably a good idea. Just keeping that temptation of someone trying to steal it, or
I'd say let's bring it to my
focus off
shop.
it.
I trust my employees very much. I've handpicked them myself. They're quite loyal and very worth it. So if anything, we could keep the both items in my shop. It's not quite a shop, it's more like a warehouse.
The ram is safe so long as this man remains the speaker, but as soon as he's not the speaker anymore, free game.
Now Jack would make damn sure he keeps to his word.
So I heard you say, Jack, you were going to take the ram with you to your shop. Would you leave it here, or would you take it to your shop in Meletus?
He would definitely take
to
it
your
to
shop
Meletus.
in Tethmos. You're going to leave it at your shop in Tethmos.
No, definitely not Tethmos. That ram is quite appealing to the local Leon, and he doesn't want one of them accidentally gobbling it up.
Yeah, I think what's also probably kept them from even though he licked their home, people know it's a Fleecemayne ram, and they're a bit.
He hasn't gotten to know.
They know not to. Most of the Leonin would not want to eat a Fleecemayne ram, and they would feel like they'd probably be cursed. It's similar to the mask that Calyx is walking around with. It's like no one wants the wrath of the gods.
Yeah, as much as he would like to, he doesn't really know the employees of his of this new shop.
They
yet.
are a new shop for sure.
So he wants to go for his the ones he knows most, which are his most loyal and oldest employees under his service.
Okay.
Ones that he handpicked himself. That his teacher basically, who knew his teacher quite well. That he kind of asked him. Yeah, he's known these two quite well and trusts very much. Else he wouldn't bother leaving those two alone to run his shop, running the main Atlas Association hub.
So many things to take note on. As the party has kind of completed this point in their standing, they realize as they load up to leave Oreskos that for the first time in their assembly, they are touted and praised. They're not praised to the point where people like throw flowers at them and make way through the streets, but it's different in Akros, the way a champion is praised. From in Tethmos, there is the nod from the people as you pass by, the nod from the Leonin that shows their respect for what you've done. It's seeing the blacksmiths and seeing the soldiers being outfitted in the weapons that you brought back for them. It's the mother grabbing her child cub and pulling them to the side and whispering and pointing at you as you leave the surrounding area, opening up into the vast land that is Theros, heading south into the sun, towards the sea. And you all ride on those chariots, these strong horses that were given
as well
to
as
you,
the wagon.
as well as your wagon, hitched
Yeah.
to the kind of like this wagon, dragging along.
Yeah, so we're taking the ram as well
Behind you.
because Atlas wants to keep very close eyes on such a valuable item, on such a highly prized item.
Who? Tell me, just like marching order, who's on what? Who's on which? Who rides with each other on
Atlas, what
these?
sucks is Jack has no proficiency with vehicles, no proficiency with land vehicles.
Yeah, I would like to know who are the pilots and who are the. You don't have to be proficient necessarily to do it, but yes, you don't have proficiency when you make kind of commandeering piloting checks.
I've got
with-
average animal handling, and he's much more of a rudder than he is a chariot man.
So
CD
far, it
says
hasn't
ground
been too
vehicle
difficult because
proficiency.
you've really been traveling on flat land. I'm sorry, I'll turn it back over to CD. CD probably has some training in this.
Yep, Alcides has proficiency on ground vehicles.
Okay.
Ooh.
And Jack, you have a high wisdom, so animal handling would be in your wheelhouse, I guess.
Atlas is going to try and stay as close to Doth as possible. Or just
Because if
stay on the same
anything-
card as Doth.
If anything, Jack can pilot can basically be carrying the goods. He'll drive the goods cart. He's not
Also,
terribly familiar with chariots.
Ted might feel inadequate because apparently Ted is just like a regular workhorse, and then apparently we just got some nice, noble, strong horses pull these chariots.
We still have Ted.
Wait, who's Ted? Wait, we still have Ted?
Ted the horse.
Oh, the horse. The horse.
Original
Yes.
horse.
I'm sorry.
Wait,
Yeah, we had Bill and Ted. Bill
Bill and
died,
Ted.
and we kept
So
Ted.
Ted is, I imagine Ted is part of the wagon, the standard wagon cart, or you can attach that cart to one of the chariots. But so it sounds like Jack is doing kind of taking up the wagon, and he slows everyone down as his horses are not as strong as the chariot horses, and the wagon is not built. So
You want to say we should leave one of the chariots but take the other two horses?
you could do
That
that.
could be good. That can be a good way. Oh, that's perfect. That's a great way to communicate between the shops. Perfect. He can leave one of the chariots at the shop. At the shop in
Tethmos.
Tethmos, and that's a great way for them instead of couriers. He can basically do chariots.
There was also the female Leonin that I'd like to hire on as a guard for said shop.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, Jack puts
if
nobody in
she's
line.
agreeable to it.
Koshka, I don't think would disagree, other than
Well,
if she. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to mention in the fight with the hyenas, there was that shopkeeper that had her shop destroyed. Maybe we could help him employ that Leonin.
I actually like that. You can employ her and bring her back on to run the shop.
Yeah, Jack. If they trust him, Jack's willing to take a chance.
Koshka will agree to guard the shop. She started to notice she has some trajectory with Grimace and the others now, and so what she does is she agrees to always have a watchful eye on the shop, more so than kind of stand outside of it all day long.
Yeah, Jack basically.
Just more so we have somebody that we can trust in case of hyena attacks.
Yeah. And Jack basically gives them the location of a shop in Melitus. Leave one of the basically asks the group to see if they can leave one of the chariots there. Is if anything ever goes wrong or if you need anything, contact the main shop in Melitus, or even just find a way to contact us. And
Nice.
thank you for doing this.
So I'd be driving a chariot with Atreus, and the Biden would be in our chariot. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So what,
You
we're
would be
traveling-
with who?
what?
A siren and who?
yeah,
Atreus.
Atreus just talking culture, but the Biden would be with us, and I'd be driving.
So we're traveling what? 5 horses altogether?
No,
Or do
we're,
we?
we're leaving just the chariot, but we're still taking the horse.
Got it. Oh, 7 horses. We got the 6 horses plus Ted.
Ted will be.
You could
not-
attach the wagon to the back of one of the chariots.
Yeah, that's normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I thought you would probably do, is attach
Okay.
that extra wagon with the supplies to the back of one of
Yeah.
the 3 chariots.
and then
I just
Ted
kind of
will
want to know
manage-
who's setting off, like who's driving one of the 3. And like I could put Rakira
Well, I mean,
driving
did we
one of the
leave?
3.
Are we agreeing to leave one of the chariots behind at the shop in Tethmos?
Yeah, so pretty much Ted will run alongside us,
Yeah. Okay.
but the actual good horses will be pulling the
Yeah.
wagons.
Okay. So we've got 2 chariots, 7 horses.
Ted's
6.
getting a little break.
Yeah.
Who's getting a little break?
Ted, the original horse.
Poor guy.
We've
Yeah,
got
dude.
Ted, our original horse, and is everyone in agreement we can name the ram Rufus? Just to keep up the Bill and Ted stuff.
So
Ted's been climbing up cliffs. He needs a break.
Yeah.
Plus, he was carrying a
or Ted.
2-horse wagon for the longest time solo.
Levels up will increase his strength for sure.
I want a survival check from all the drivers.
All right. So
Who are
we only
present.
need what? So there's 2 chariots, Jacks. That's the case.
We'll say
Who else
Jack
is-
Atlas is piloting one, Alcides is piloting
Jack is
one,
probably
and
one of
Rakira.
Alcides. Okay, yep, that sounds good. And then Rakira.
Oh, good.
So I can roll for Rakira.
Not one on survival. That's a 7.
Jeez Louise. All right.
What?
What was the
horrible-
siren driving one, right?
Alcides, I think we have Rakira.
If I'm,
Only a 16.
yeah, I guess Jack would be
Only a 16?
learning how to drive a chariot.
I rolled a 15. I only have a +1 to survival, so 16.
That's fine.
Plus 6 to survive it.
Oh, well, then Osiris instead of Rakira, I guess.
Nice. What was that last number roll? I rolled for Akira. I was probably somebody could roll for Akira, and we could.
Or have Osiris instead of Rakira.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm sorry, I
Osiris,
feel like I'm bossing everybody around.
Osiris, why don't you go ahead and roll?
Hit a 15.
15.
Hopefully that nat 1 doesn't come and
Nice.
bite me in the ass. That's a
And
7.
and so
We spend some time figuring out who can drive a chariot.
yeah, like over the course. Yeah. Like no, you get off. You like there's like a montage of you all like figuring this whole thing out, and eventually you kind of got to get it dialed in, and you know you're all kind of sitting there riding, and we kind of watch as the party leaves Tethmos and is there on the open grasslands of the Laguna, as I imagine some time has gone by, a couple days have gone by, and there over the crest of a hill, they start to see the sea as they're riding down, and they see the beauty of this majestic polis that is Melitus standing before them, the city that is one of magic, splendor, wonder, one of philosophy, one of artistry. So much to explore. For Atreus, it is a chance to be closer to home, to check on his shop. For Jack, it is to expand the wonder that he is building. And Calix knows that just down the coast is Asphodel. And he can feel Phoenix itching, almost crawling at his shoulders. Osirin is so close to standing in the presence of Thassa, and Doth guards them all there to support with this hammer as we end today's session, and we'll pick up next game. Yeah, that was good stuff. Good game, guys. Yeah.
Wait, before we end the night,
Yeah.
during the travel,
You're not in Melitus yet. You're just
Yeah, no, I know we're not in Melitus yet,
Yeah.
but just during the travel, he's gonna try and find a way where he's not being looked at, and cast and see if he can suggest Doth to fix his mask by casting suggestion.
So yeah, cast suggestion. Give Doth. Give
That's a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
And a sleight of hand check for you to cast a spell without being blessed.
Gladly do that. That's a dirty 20.
Ooh.
I rolled a 1.
Yeah, Calix just says, fix it and don't tell a soul. And he hands the mask to you, and he casts this guy's self on himself and just kind of watches.
Well, it takes an hour, so it's not like it's not completely obvious what's going on.
You're fixing it. But you don't know that you were charmed.
You just get there,
That's it.
maybe I should fix the mask.
So post-credit scene is
Right.
this sequence here, and the
Just
mask.
Very, very stubborn. Very fix it.
All right. Well, good. I like that you guys use some interesting ploys against each other. Doth was able to. I told you, Doth was able to get it when you were down. So, yeah, it is fixed. And it looks normal for the time being. And yeah, hopefully Calix has proved himself. Another day here as they continue on. But good stuff. Good game. Interested to see where this all goes.
Yeah, there's nothing that says I forget about it.
Right.
Does it say
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, it does. Well, but it doesn't say that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I do it. but
it
I don't
doesn't say
forget
you
that.
knew you were charmed. That's the thing. On charm
Does
person,
it say you don't know?
it doesn't say that you don't know, but it says. But on other spells, it says that you do know. On other spells.
It says you do know you're charmed. Like it's usually specific wording, like you do know you're
Yeah.
charmed, but it doesn't say you do know you're charmed. Give me an insight check, Doth. A low one. I'm gonna tell you what you need. Actually, I'll tell you what you need to hit back. I'll put it in the so that I can show you. I'll put it in the chat so that when I do, I'll just hit enter if you fail or if you.
Not
Okay.
roll against my deception or spell DC.
What's your spell DC?
15.
15.
My passive deception is 17.
I am going to. The reason I want it to not be yours is because it's no way for us to cheat it. But I've made a compromise between yours and his. Doth, what you get?
19.
Well, then that beats it. So he knows clearly. Mine was a 14, so he knows that you made him turn it back.
Okay.
And that could make for some interesting conversation between you both, since you both have a little bit of friction between you two.
Don't
Remember
take
how
a
I
return
said I
to
didn't
mask.
trust you?
Do not take a return to mask.
Say that again, Don.
Remember how I said I didn't trust you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't take a return to mask. That's like the only thing they
I'm
have.
between both of you on this one because Calix has been pretty deceptive, but it's a pretty like over the top thing to do for return if I was returned to like change their mask like to.
No, I'm
No,
sitting here like
so I get
reading. I'm
where
reading
both
the
of you
page
come-
on return, and I'm just like,
No,
okay.
it's your like as a return. It's like your only form of identity. It's everything. It's like so.
I take it I got the point across.
I take
Yes.
it. He got the point across.
Well, you still have. I don't know if I saw or I noticed I cast a spell on it, But I wouldn't think that Doth would do something that trickery. That's something that I would do. I wouldn't think that he would do that.
Fair enough.
No
So
one can
I
trick the best trickster.
no, that's the thing. I don't think anyone can outsmart me.
Oh man, I had a lot of different other areas planned for this game, but you guys did a lot of like really interesting, I would say good in a good way, really interesting planning and role play. So it's I'm excited for you guys brought up a lot of things that I didn't necessarily think about in terms of like direction. So Melitus it is. That should be it's an interesting city. It's a fun city. Huh?
Do we have a date for the next game?
Oh yes. So next I had put okay. You said I originally said the 20th, and then I had moved to the 21st. You can't do either of those, right?
Right. I get back on Monday. So if it can be Tuesday or Wednesday.
Can anybody play? Let's see what if I'm looking on the calendar. Can anybody play those days?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm
Play
on-
Tuesday, Wednesday, easy.
That's Tuesday, Wednesday before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm on
I can
full
do
break then.
Monday's better for me, but I could try to fit Tuesday. Actually, Tuesday actually might be better. I can move. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure I'm not going crazy. I have so many screens I might be flipping out. Let me see. Look at my meetup games and make sure I'm not.
And we're milestoning now, right? We're not
Yes,
doing
we are milestone.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
So I'll let you know.
happen to
if
level
you-
up either, right?
Huh?
We didn't happen to level up or anything.
You guys just leveled up to 5 when you killed the Hydra, right? Last game, though?
No,
No.
for the
No,
high
that
five.
was before.
You guys
that
are
was-
5 right now, though, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. You weren't. No. You weren't supposed. I did not level you up after the Hydra. So you may. I will let you know if you level up by next game. What I did give you last time is I gave you Piety. So for this game, I will give Piety. Let me dish that out now, since that'll be kind of my way to gauge experience in a way without leveling up. 2 Phoenix for Calyx. You would have got more if you'd have convinced him to go to Asphodel.
I know, but like right when okay, but, like there's no reason for them to. I was trying
It's
to.
no,
but nobody-
it had to be full on. Yeah. 2 for Osiren and Atreus for Thassa. Let's see. Now I know Doth and everyone else doesn't necessarily have a god, so that you've been getting the Iroas. So I'll
I mean,
give.
now we're in my gods. The one that Jack kind of follows. He's
Who
not
does he
too much of a fan of the gods, but
Who does
he
he follow?
does. Freaking how do you pronounce this?
The
Death
god
Row?
of the Polis.
I think Doth
Yeah.
is more Perforos, but like we haven't kind of gone down his
Yeah, no.
road.
Yeah, no, he
He's a
worships
cleric of Perforos,
civilization. He worships the god of the polis.
Oh, Ifara?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. So you're kind of like coming up on that. So
Yeah, no, he's
I'll
not
also
too
give
much of a fan
anyone
of the-
else. So I'll see 2 for Alcides, 2 for Jack, 2 for Doth that are all Iroas for like in that moment for banishing the witches from the that was all like kind of victory from Iroas, bringing the weapons back and so forth and all that. So everybody got 2 today on Piety. I think Alcides is stacking those right now like crazy.
I'm only at 8.
Okay.
Oh,
That's-
wow,
that's
I
a
have
lot.
more Phoenix piety.
Yeah. Where are you at on Phoenix?
11.
Okay, so you guys are there. Yeah, you guys have a lot.
Yeah, but the thing that I get is advantage on deception, which not too helpful. And yeah, I haven't. Yeah.
That's great. So yeah, Piety. I'll look at it and decide if I'm gonna do a milestone just yet. Because so far you guys have been handling.
He
The
killed a
game
Hydra
hasn't-
and then slaughtered Coven of Witches.
Yeah. No. Those are all really good. A lot of experience points. So like I said, I'll look at it and decide between next game if you're gonna go into Melitus at level 6. But
So
you guys are doing really well.
for your
just-
assay at level 6, I will have my Aura of Protection as a paladin, and because of my charisma score, that would be a plus
Yeah.
4 to all saving throws. So
Exactly.
Damn.
Well, the problem, like the thing is, you guys are like, I'm worried you guys are pretty strong right now. I don't want you guys to break the game any further than where you guys have a lot of
I mean,
shit.
just
Like you have a
saying,
lot of
I
good
got
stuff.
bunch of stuff at 6, so I
Yeah,
got
that's
like
what I'm
3
saying.
things
So you
on
guys are
6.
good. Let's live in 5 for a little bit. We live as champions in 5 for just a little bit longer.
I was like, I just get a buddy. I get another return buddy. That's what I get. It's
I
great.
get freaking Physician's Touch at 6, where if I decide, I can also use my Hand of Healing to basically cause, I can end disease, or basically cure one of the following conditions affecting,
that would make a lot of sense to get
poisons.
like once you go through Mellitus again too, because that would make a lot of sense like that arc. So yeah, we'll see.
Yo, with my Hand of Harm
close.
as well, it can poison at 6. That's kind of nuts.
There's so much to do in Theros, it's crazy. So yeah, good stuff.
I almost get Crusade at 10 piety for arrows. You get Crusader's Mantle.
What's that do?
I have no idea.
Ah.
Sounds cool though.
Well, no, they all sound cool. What's it called?
Also, I've barely been keeping track of piety, but I guess Jack's not quite a religious man.
I'm trying to figure out how to get some more Heliod piety.
Yeah, so Heliod will come in like okay, so you're a Heliod guy, huh?
Yeah, both Heliod and
we could stop
Arrows.
at that shrine on the way back.
There was a Heliod shrine. Yeah, we've never you guys have because we actually the guys is like interacting with them, and so unless you tell me constantly in the games that you're praying to Heliod or you're asking for something constantly, but so far we haven't interacted with Heliod too much. So
Yeah,
there hasn't been
I was
a lot
gonna
of
mention
opportunities.
because you mentioned like the sun shining through the fog. I was gonna take off my helmet and kind of move my hair around, be like,
yeah. Why
enjoy the sun.
don't you give me a religion check right now? And if you can get 10 up, you can swap either one or both points for Heliod. But you'd be taking them away from your Iroas points and you'd be transferring them to Heliod.
Yeah, that's fine. 4, so no.
Okay. That just means that Heliod, you just haven't you haven't caught his eye yet, or his even though, and I imagine it's like that, like you probably you could pray to Heliod every day of your entire life, but not like ever get them like really looking at you until some point. So but don't get me wrong, we have plenty of opportunity for it to happen, and Heliod will be in this game. So you don't have anything to worry about. He'll
Literally got to go bitch slap Erebos to get some attention from Heliod.
What's so funny is I think that the way Alcides, I think that's what I love about like Theros is like the way Alcides sees Heliod and the way my other party just fucking hates Heliod. They're super good, but they can't stand Heliod. They will not work for Heliod for anything. Yeah, they don't trust Heliod. They don't nope, no Heliod.
Yeah, like
I love how Phoenix is stapled as the greatest liar, but I feel like Heliod is pretty up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me. I was telling the rest of the party on my backup character, because you know how Praxinos is the current sort of mortal body for Erebos.
Mm-hmm.
So the previous character I created before I even heard about Praxinos was pretty much another attempt at making a body for Erebos, but then Heliod was like, no, I'm gonna fuck with this, and then pretty much blessed him with the power of the sun that caused him to burn his parents alive when he was born.
Oh wow. Oh.
And so he's a Scourge Asimar, and then also a Storm Barbarian Fire type.
Okay.
But then the other aspect of, since he was originally born for Erebos, depending on which one of them has more influence, the radiant damage would change to necrotic, and then the fire damage would change to frost.
Interesting. Okay.
And of course, I wouldn't have control over that because that'd be whichever god has more influence at the moment.
Has more influence. Interesting. I like that. It's an interesting concept. So good to play with. Oh man. Well, so we can do. Let me look at my because I know Bill's probably like, can we get a game on the books? Let's make sure we get that before anybody logs off.
Well, as long as the appointment gets sent out, just so that I can.
Is Tuesday good for anybody else? Let's see. Let me make sure it's good for me.
Any day
Yeah,
is good for me.
Yeah, I'm fine with Tuesday. I'm on break during the whole
That's Tuesday the 22nd. Yeah, that the 23rd. The 23rd. So the 24th is. I could do the 23rd. I could do that. Can we all do that?
Yeah.
I don't see why. Okay, so I'll put it that day then. That's perfect. And then if anybody, I know that we have that Sunday we have the morning D&D. If anybody's in local, we have like the D&D kind of like brewery kind of meet up. And then okay, that works.
Monday, what time and where?
Tuesday, I think we're saying Tuesday the 23rd.
I know you said for the morning thing though.
For that morning thing, it's Sunday, and it's in Northridge at Bar Louie.
Yeah, I was in the area. Well, actually, I'll be in the area in about 2 weeks, but no, I'm currently still up in Monterey.
Yeah, it's I think it's set for 11 a.m. that Sunday, and we're just meeting up to just talk D&D and shoot the shit. Won't really be a role play. It won't be a game. I won't be running a game. Just kind of be.
I'll make the drive. I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be there. So yeah,
Yeah,
you're welcome.
I would come, but yeah, I'm still up in Monterey.
Oh man, I understand. Dude. I was up in Monterey a month and a half ago for Car Week. So yeah.
Oh wow.
You up there with family or just?
No, I'm college. CSU.
Yeah. Sure, I forgot it's out there.
Yeah.
It's in Monterey.
Yeah, it's not quite. It's a bit north of actual Monterey Bay, but it's technically located on the barrier of Seaside and Marina.
Got it. That's what. Yeah, because I often don't hear it like referred to as Monterey, but that makes sense.
Yeah, no. It's basically CSUMB is essentially an old military base, an old army base. The whole area up, basically a bit north of Monterey Bay was essentially an old military base.
Okay.
Fort
There
Ord
was
and
a Russian language school there. So my dad went there. So he went there to learn use a spook, a crypto tech during the Cold War, and you learn Russian there. So yeah.
Yeah, now this was an old military base up here, and then it got decommissioned in the 90s. And then they converted that into a school with a couple of the old buildings still around.
Awesome.
Also, read up on Crusader's Mantle. It is awesome. It's a 30-foot aura that gives all allies an extra 1d4 radiant damage to their weapon attacks.
Holy good God.
So cast that, just stick next to CDs, and you're getting +4 to your saving throws, extra d4 for your damage. He's pretty much a bard.
Yeah, no, I remember being in a party with like what are the type of paladins that essentially give all the party buffs? And we just got like insane bonuses. Like we had like +7 to saves. It was nuts.
It's also a 3rd level spell, which takes a paladin level 9 to learn those.
That's huge.
It's so funny. I didn't expect the first like 40 minutes of the game to be like, should we bring this guy Calyx back? We just stop playing.
Oh wait, but I did have a character prepped for that. I had a character so my idea was like, if they killed Calyx, which understandably so, but like, I had a warlock rogue multi-class ready. That's like a follower of Phoenix.
Of course you are.
Okay, come on. He's all
Calyx's brother.
No. All right, he doesn't play like
that's why
Calyx.
you can't kill your problems in a party, because the person just makes a clone of the same thing. It's like,
no, but he's okay. Plays nothing like Calyx. Actually is a healing rogue.
Okay.
Which so it has bless, cure wounds, lesser restoration, just very healing. But only takes warlock, practice the celestial.
Nice.
And then the rest are rogue. And then I wanted to go to soul knife, so it would just be summoning weapons out of nowhere, just random bullshit. Go. Because I already do that. It would be semi-similar.
Yeah, I already know the THEROS game is going to be so broken by the time I'm done with it. It's going to be
but follower of Phoenix, just to keep that like story
going. Session.
Yeah, if one of y'all want to use my backup character, in case one of y'all bite it first, then any of you can take that. Just let me know.
Yeah, all the monsters are going to be.
So he's a really good scout.
About 6 or 7 sessions. I'm going to just stop using monster manual monsters. It's going to be no point.
No, just make something insane.
I'm just making everything insane. Oh, I have some insane stuff ready. I didn't realize how quickly I'm going to have to pull it out.
Here's that same Hydra, but it's got 3 extra heads and a petrifying gaze.
I'm not gonna lie, those witches were kind of intimidating. I only took like 2 blows with them, yet they almost killed me.
Yeah, I played them a little.
I played them
a little intimidating. Huh?
I felt useless. I couldn't really do anything. Yeah. I was like, I prayed and that helped. honestly, if you gave me my spell slots back,
I could have been a little nastier with them, but like,
Yeah.
it just.
No, I was kind of terrified.
no,
I
I was like,
thought-
when I
I'd
was
have like
praying,
just
I was
focused
like,
on one player, like a one character with the surprise round. I could have murdered, like I could have murdered Calix in the surprise round, got him out of
just been
there,
like brought back up. Yeah.
chose a different person for Molly like, yeah.
Oh
they
no,
get
pick
pretty
Cal.
nasty.
You should have picked Calix for polymorph.
Yeah, I would have just had to just kill him. But like, I imagine they're sneaking up on them in the middle of the night. They don't necessarily know that. That would the way I tried to think of it is not to meta too much and not to think like they did get the surprise, but how much would they really know on who's the weak one, who's the kind of wouldn't know that in the first few rounds. So yeah. So I just imagine they're just trying to pick the strong people out, hit them with lightning bolt, move in on them, and then they're coven. And once they kind of lose the 30-foot range, they lose some of their abilities. But yeah, no, they can be nasty, and they are full of hit points. Like you fight a hag, you're looking at a 300 hit point monster.
Dude, I poured like
almost.
4 out of my 5 key
Yeah.
points in one turn to try and take this fool down, and still wouldn't go.
I don't know. It
down.
didn't seem that weak to me when I got one shot.
Yeah, no, those were terrifying.
That was crazy. I don't know how you got like 40, almost 50 hit points of damage, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
That's
that
crazy.
was.
One
Yeah, those
hit.
attacks were
So
terrifying. Like I was so lucky on my rolls. Like
Yeah.
honestly, I'm surprised about how lucky I was during that fight.
yeah, I typically play humanoids as they want to live at the end of the day, so they don't realize, so that's another thing too. Is like when once they, if you're playing the game like a video game, whereas when they've got 30 hit points left, you just keep going. Whereas like if they're in the red, I'm like, do they stay and fight or do they try to get the fuck out of dodge? That's why at one point I was looking for, I thought they had plane shift, but they're not night hags, they're green hags. And so they didn't have any real way to escape and get out of there when things get bad. That's why I love night hags, because they plane shift and then they haunt your dreams. And then they just fucking bring your hit points down. So I did that to one player in our last campaign. They killed Coven. They thought they killed the last night hag. And so she did a minor illusion and made it look like she died. And then what she really did is she haunted them and made them make whatever the save is. You have to make a wisdom saving throw over there, and starts like bringing their the person's hit points down. And then she killed one of them. So when she killed him in his sleep, because she worked for Strahd, she killed one of the players in their sleep, and then they had to have a fight with one player down, and it was almost a TPK. It was pretty bad. But yeah, so I mean, I can get ruthless, but it just depends on it has to serve this. It has to be like, okay, yeah, I think they kind of deserve this. This is where they're at. they fucked up, because they were talking mad shit to those Covens. So when they thought they killed her, they were pretty much just pissing on her grave, and she's like watching them, like, okay, I got y'all. You killed my sisters, But green hags, not so much. Yeah, man.
Guys, you guys have a good night. Thank you. It was an awesome game. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Bill. Always good playing with you. See you on the in a week or two, or see you on Tuesday when we play again.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very
man.
cool.
Yes. Better. Oh man, yeah, it was a good game. It was a fun role play game. I think it was one of my favorite RP games that you guys have ran so far. Actually, even though
I think we actually role played this time.
yeah, yeah. There was a good amount. I think that this was the most you guys have done where the role play, you guys have role play, but the role play always felt like a vehicle to get you to making a decision and there was some of that here, but it felt a lot more like exploratory of the characters, like what they actually want out of the game. I felt like this was one of those games where I actually felt like, okay, yeah, they're actually exploring as a party what they want out of this whole adventure thing. That was cool.
Also, I don't think Doth or Siren were here for when I explained Alcides as a character. Like he doesn't lie. Like that's not a thing he does.
Got it.
When you're like, oh, he admitting the truth is lying. It's like, no.
I still don't completely know what Doth wants. I can tell you that I don't know what Doth is after right now, and I don't know if there's a backstory that I have from him right now. Do I have something I need to reread? I'll revisit that, or you can. If I don't have it,
You want a big picture in the sky?
Sure.
Basically, I want to be able to create a kind of like a Warforged Titan or whatever it is they call him in this one. I would be able to fight one of the actual Titans from this world.
You want to fight a Titan? Oh, so I can tell you that you. Well, then you should probably follow Calyx.
Yeah, I was like, hold on. This is what I'm doing.
That means you guys' goals probably are more in line than you think. So,
You want to
let me
fight a
get out
Titan?
here
I
that-
want to release the Titans.
So, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I like it. Okay.
No, I'm more about building like the Gundam to take it on.
To take it on. So you have to. So you actually want to create a giant colossus, basically.
Yep.
That is a big, daunting task.
There's one in Akros.
There is one in Akros. It's literally looming over.
So it is possible. It's
So
just
maybe
that I don't
it's
have the
maybe
skill.
he wants to like outfit it and armament or activate that thing. Because in the time of the game, can you actually? Because I don't ever like to say no. I like to say yes and, but like, how do you actually do that? And I have to figure out how to make that possible for him to even
I don't see it happening.
to possibly do
So
or
this would be like
fail.
level 20.
Yeah, we'll get.
Yeah.
I mean, I see this at least getting to. So, okay, that's good to know because I can think in the back, keep it in the back of my repertoire to how to possibly bring that to fruition, or the possibility of it to fruition, a chance for him to achieve it. Whether he can achieve it or fail, that'll be up to Doth, but in the dice. But I'm not against it. I think it's a pretty cool idea. I like Titans and Colossus and all that stuff. So
I wouldn't want to fight the Erebos' Titan from Magic the Gathering, the Grave Titan.
oh shoot, I don't even know anything about it.
'Cause
I'm still
when-
always learning about the magic stuff.
Yeah, when
That's not really his Titan. That's just one on. What's it called?
it's just one of the giants for the.
Yeah.
It's one of the
monocolored
Titans that are
giants.
trapped in. Because they're all
No,
like
there's-
in the underworld and oh, what were you saying, Calvin?
Oh, there's two. There's like multiple according to this book. There's two that have cards.
There's only two that have cards in all of
Yeah.
Right Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, there's Croxa and then there's Uro.
Okay.
Uro is the Titan of Nature's Wrath, and Croxa was I forget that one. What that one was.
I know it's a giant. It's not an actual Titan. It's just called a
Oh,
Grave
yeah.
Titan. But
Yeah,
pretty much when it enters
gotcha.
the battlefield, boom, it creates 2 zombies, and then whenever it attacks, it creates 2 zombies. So facing
Jesus.
something like that in D&D will overwhelm you. Just every attack, 2 more zombies appear.
That's actually a great monster right there.
And then the Sun Titan is
Sun Titan is horrible. I hate playing against it. It is not fun.
just enters the field, returns something converted mana cost 3 or greater just to the field. And then when it attacks, same thing.
God.
Yeah. Imagine if that is what's it called? What's the one that wipes the board?
Oh, that's the red one.
No, it's no the Sun Titan, and it's like. Anyways, what you can do with it is tap it or you can use the ability to make the Sun Titan immune to the board wipe, and then destroy the thing to wipe the whole board except for the Sun Titan, then attack, then bring it back to the battlefield, and just loop that indefinitely.
Magic is so crazy.
Yeah, I don't have any indefinite loops like that.
Yeah,
You
no, it's-
have
Someone played through that and was just like, I'm sitting here like I don't like to concede, but
yeah.
This is-
it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
it's a
I
wrap.
screwed.
I'm
up
terrible
with
at
the
Magic.
deck,
I don't
though,
play it because
'cause
I get mopped up all the time. I just
someone.
I like
milled-
playing the game, but I like competitively. I'm just not good at it.
Oh yeah, I don't play competitive. I only play casual. But yeah, someone milled pretty much my entire deck. I had like 4 cards left, but I had in hand Angel of Glory's Rise, which when she enters the battlefield, return all humans from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Dang.
Gosh.
So pretty
Are these
much,
all Theros cards? These are all like, or no? That's just a different.
No, this is just
just magic?
that's just magic.
Okay.
I do have quite a few Theros cards in my mono white deck because I have Heliod himself,
Okay.
and I have the Spear of Heliod and the Dictate of Heliod. But I do have a 100% pure Theros deck, which I was showing a couple, I think last game, and now it's complete. I have every single one of the Theros gods.
Dang.
that's awesome.
Then I
That's pretty
have
awesome. That's
the 5 artifacts, so Spear of Heliod, Hammer of Perforos,
Bow of Nyla, Thassa's Bident, and the Whip of Erebos.
That's dope.
And then there's only 4 dictates. There's the Dictate of Heliod, the Dictate of Erebos, Dictate of Kemetra, and then Dictate of the 2 Warring Gods. And then there's a few other spells that relate to different ones.
Yeah, I just start collecting again with the new Forgotten Realms decks, but I don't know what happened to all my old cards I used to have.
Yeah, there's 2 non-Theros cards in there, but they are needed. One of them is Isika, Goddess of the Tree.
Later, Doth. Good playing with you, man. Yeah, later, Rick. Have a good night, man.
I'm gonna head out too, guys.
Yeah, I should probably go as well.
Bye, Jack.
See you guys.
Good game.
Good game. Good game.
GG. Yeah. So it's Isika.
I even have some backstory in there for Atreus, but we didn't get to it.
Yeah. Isika, Goddess of the Tree. She's from pretty much a Norse mythology.
Oh yeah, that was really good in that deck.
Yeah, and pretty much what she enables is a 5-color deck.
Oh. Well, you can just put stuff onto the battlefield with her, right?
True, but I hardly ever play her.
Oh, okay.
Because I rely on the other non-Theros card, the World Tree, and then just pay 2 of each mana and just every single god in my library just on the battlefild.
Nice.
It's glorious. Just all right. Here's all these gods. I already have Hammer Perforos down, so they all have haste, and that's game.
Yeah, that's scary. But yeah. Oh, one thing for either next campaign or next session, or so I do have like an ability for my backstory that's like false identity. So it's like I have like documentation and established acquaintances and disguise that allows me to like assume a persona.
Okay.
So, if there's any part that you see like, oh, this would be really important, like if it's in like, or this would be, or that fits perfectly like in either Mellitus, but preferably, what's it called?
Asphodel.
Asphodel. Like if, like even if you use that false identity as like, oh, you are well renowned in Asphodel as a champion of Phoenix, like you're welcome in open arms kind of thing. Like that's
I imagine that's the way it would work. I mean, Asphodel pretty much you're their ticket in. So you could have something like that in Meltis as well, where you kind of can disguise as someone.
Syljan.
Yeah, there's always some Syljan. Syljan doesn't know the cities as well since he's a druid.
I'm using him as a disguise, but this would like be like, oh, this is an actual personality and persona that you have in
Meltis, right?
That's already established.
Hulk Hercules.
Have you been so?
Can I be
are you arguing that you've been in? I think that would be tough because that's a big time celebrity persona. That when you're not there, like if you fuck up, you're doubling as someone. That like can easily get you in trouble. Versus, I would think that you would want someone who's decent, but who's middle of the road, who's low key, where if you see them in passing, it's gonna be fine, right? It won't blow your cover. But I think
I prefer it in a place that's like, oh, I'm not taking away from anybody by having an establishment here.
Yeah, I think
it's like maybe Asphodel would be. Asphodel would be
perfect. I think that would be the best place to do it. Also, it would give you a chance in Mellitus to, since I wouldn't say you're not taking anything away from, or you haven't your story hasn't really been driving or hogging the game or anything, but it maybe in Mellitus it gives you an opportunity to take a back seat and see what some of the folks who are from that town do.
That's why I want to do. I'm just like, we already have 2 or 3. I kind of lost count of people from there. So I say, So it's like I would like it to be like, oh, why are we all welcomed in this place that's gonna kill us? Maybe in this would be risky as heck. But
Mellitus is super open too, so it's almost like it's a metropolis that's open to everyone. So very much trade comes through there.
Maybe in Odanos.
Odenos could. That's the other.
Yeah, that's the
city.
other one where
that's the cutthroat.
Alex
city.
would be killed on sight.
That's a lot of like, yeah, it's like the murder and the murder king is out of that place. Like I imagine that's gonna.
Well, maybe as one of his.
It's a dangerous city.
Yeah, no, that's a very dangerous city for Calyx and especially for Phoenix.
Yeah,
because.
Well, here's the thing though. That's the weird thing about Theros is that Odunos is a city that hates Phoenix and therefore hates Return, but is made of entirely mostly Return. So they're Return who hate being returned or who are tasked with killing Phoenix, right? Like that's so
like if you're ever wondering on where to take the story, maybe fighting Timurit, the Murder King, or just kind of if you want like an idea for what Calyx would want to do is unite all the returned, maybe.
Okay.
That's gonna be if Phoenix wants him to.
Timurit is
that scene from iRobot, except for Calyx standing before all the returned.
Yeah.
Timurit's in the story. He's already there. He's already entered so there's some stuff going on with him too. So yeah, it's all will be revealed in due time. I think it's gonna come to like the other party has already thought about trying to meet up with you guys. But I'm trying to make sure they don't meta. Like it has to be like make sense or naturally if these two groups meet to discuss what they know.
Has Alcides heard about
the Bronze Bullies? Yes.
The dragon hero actually not being the Dragon Slayer.
Not yet, because you all, when you pass through there, you haven't been back. So your sister, there might be some word of it when you send your, eventually, I think where you're at now, I don't think he knows, because also when they did know, they didn't really share it with all the city, so only certain people know right now. So that's the only reason I think that maybe LCDs might not have that information sent to him by carrier pigeon or whatever it may be. But I think there's an opportunity to learn it. But maybe LCD just has his own natural doubts. Yeah. So
only from what his wife said, but other than that, he had no reason to doubt.
Yeah.
Thought his son was a prick when he was riding through town on a horse and chariot, but
that's all purposeful. Yep, long as you guys damn, what's his face? I'm forgetting everybody's names tonight.
Praxinos' brother.
Praxinos' brother, why can I think of Praxinos' brother's name? It's damn, it's gonna vex me now, Ty. Jeez. To the M. I'll figure it out.
Also, because I know when they went on their whole hunt the dragon quest, I wanted to tag along for those sessions, but that never happened.
Oh yeah. You could always like. Oh, were you trying to go into those sessions? I didn't know. I didn't know. Yeah, or even either watch is usually cool. Or if I could find a way for you to get in that session, that's a possibility. It's just like, the time branches were like way off when you guys were both doing those things, and I was like trying to converge them.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, it was.
Because the way I would have worked it is, I would have stayed at the arena and then saw this thing that happened with Praxinos.
Oh right, yeah. If you would have
been, and then be
there.
Like, oh shit, like my promise to his mother was to keep him safe, and then this shit happens.
Yeah.
But
so I think when you were you guys were at the game, so you would have seen like the father or heard about the father. That you would have known is that the father tried to kill his sons in front of everyone. That would be really, it's a red flag from an Acroian perspective. But both boys survive. One you do know one of the boys is protected by Erebos, and supposedly Erebos' son, Proxinos is. So some of that stuff I think he would know. Yeah. It's a lot of craziness to keep track of. A lot of craziness going on in this game.
Yeah. Also I need
I can imagine.
You said what?
Oh, I can imagine.
It's just so much ridiculous.
I also need
Try-
to fight my father based on earlier events in the swamp.
Fight. You need to fight your father.
Yeah.
Explain why. Maybe I'm
Pretty much it was an offhand joke, but since Alcides isn't live, because when Doth was like flying and he remembered his father's word, he's like, "Father, I will fight you and beat you someday." And he said, "Yeah, when minotaurs fly."
Oh yeah, I do remember that now. Yep, you do have to fight your father now. Jeez.
That's great. I was like,
I
wait,
don't
why?
even know.
Medios. Medios is his name. Jeez. So many characters.
There we
Medios
go.
is Proxino's brother's name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also have to give a spear to Erroneous.
Yeah.
So we'll probably get to Melitus before them, so I can do the whole thing I did in Setessa of get a seal of Setessa to pave the way for my bro, and then give a spear to Erroneous. I'm debating whether or not to give him the +1 spear or not, because at some point I want to keep my original spear. And probably not even use the +1 spear and then give that as a gift.
I like that.
It's like, here, it's a gift from Iroas, I'm giving it to you.
That's pretty
There you
cool.
You training well.
I like you guys aren't always married to like the magic items. That's actually pretty cool when characters aren't necessarily just like, oh my god, it's magic, I need it.
Well, I can kind of have a habit of that. So I know as a player, so I wanted to build a character that was just like, I don't need any magic items.
yeah.
I don't, and that I like read up on Return. I was like, they don't need gold. They don't want gold. They don't want anything. I'm just like, this is perfect.
Yeah.
I have 5 gold to my name, and I have offered it to people many a times, and
And then just
nobody's
like keep your goal. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just like, take it. Also, I don't know if anyone took my share of the gold, but I'd imagine that.
I mean, I didn't take a share of the gold because I'm at 292 gold.
You guys haven't shit them.
I mean, I spend my gold on rations. Like, I
Yeah,
don't go
it's
out and
like-
splurge.
So let's say every few months, a couple of months, you probably spend a gold coin on, on all of that. Like,
Also, I've never mentioned that I've eaten. Can we just say that Calix has never had to
no,
eat?
yeah. I imagine while you were faking it, you probably have to like look like you were sometimes.
Yeah, but now it's just.
But now they know, it is what it is. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. We have established that they do get affected by the sleep spell.
Returned?
Yep.
Yeah, they do. Well, they get affected by everything.
Everything normally. Yeah. So, good stuff. Well, dude, exciting. I'm excited to play again. So that's next. Yeah, we got a little over a week, so it's supposed to be next week. So that's good. Get our games back to back, and not next Tuesday, but following Tuesday. Melissa should be exciting. Some good stuff there. And
Hulk
then-
Hercules. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I
it might be more of a
wanted-
lighter game there. Yeah, for some reason I thought we were like, oh shit, they're probably gonna, because until Doth like threw that wrench and was like, and turned the whole party like, do we trust? Because up until this point, everybody had kind of just been going with your flow, so it was almost like, okay, they're gonna go. They're like moving like Phoenix right now, so they're just gonna like.
Yeah.
So that definitely threw a wrench. I was like, nope, not going there. Okay, pivot.
Hulk Hercules. As a player, I wanted to meet Hulk Hercules. I am so excited for
You'll
that.
meet him, brother.
Partially
You'll meet him next
because
episode.
Calix can now do the impression once he talks
Once
to
he
him for a
meets
minute.
him. That's great.
That's going to be my go-to.
love
I'm
it.
sorry.
I can always see how
Hercules.
Alcides is gonna be like all these fakes and Melitus comparing everything to Acroin culture. It's gonna be
Listen here, brother.
It's gonna be fun.
So what you're saying is unarmed fight between Alcides and
Oh,
Hulk.
I almost see it. I can only imagine.
I'm just gonna get shit on.
Oh man. Good
Unless
stuff,
I can get
guys.
some unarmored barbarian defense just for that fight.
Unarmed. Yeah, we literally had, there was without sharing too much because I don't want to like ruin anything, there was a my home group met him and went in, without sharing too much of the story, had a straight up wrestling match with Hokoklees and like these other wrestlers. But it was funny because like while we were playing D&D, we're trying to like figure out how to make the unarmed strikes turn them into like wrestling moves. So everybody's doing like grapples and then like
Okay, I
doing
was
slams and stuff. It was great.
I placed third in state in 2020. Right before COVID. Oh,
you got
I
ideas? Send me some for like
Easy.
for the gamification or like for like mini game. If you got
Yeah.
ideas for next session, please do. I will use it.
So one of my go-to moves, it's called or it's called the Russian something or other, but everyone just calls it the Russian.
Okay.
And you pretty much just hold the guy's arm with everything in your body. So like I'll hold it like this, where I'm holding my own wrist and I kind of jack it up like this.
Yeah.
So it's easy to hold it right this, and then it's kind of like a waiting game on who's going to make the first move, because the guy who has his arm, if he puts the arm on the head, you throw the arm up and you grab bear hug. If the guy tries to pull his arm, you just toss him.
Whoa.
It's very much.
Wow. Dude, that's fascinating. Real wrestling has always been fascinating to me. So.
Oh no! Watch. Oh my gosh. Gable, the 285 or our heavyweight Olympian. Oh my gosh.
Really.
So after he won for qualifiers to be the champion, he did a standing backflip.
Whoa.
This man is 285 pounds, 125 kilos, flying in the air.
Whoa.
Have you ever tried pinning
What's his name?
someone that is
Gable?
extremely flexible?
Yeah, I forget his first name. What's up?
But have you ever tried pinning someone that's ridiculously flexible?
Yes. One of my old wrestling partners. He was this long, lengthy guy. He was the weirdest wrestler. He'd always throw in legs, and so like that's when if you're on top,
deals for days.
Sorry.
where you it's all good. Where